Welcome to Patrick Roberts, our new timeline. Welcome to Patrick Roberts, our new timeline.
And we're live. Checking. Yep. We're live. Hey, Sharky. How's everybody doing? Let me get this thing adjusted. Sorry, I didn't adjust it beforehand. Chappelle, welcome. Evening, everybody, and welcome to our new timeline. Tonight in the news, we will be bringing nothing but the truth. And if anybody has anything to say about it, look it up yourself. Everything I say in any of my live streams, I want you to look it up yourself. Do your own research. Believe nothing that comes from anybody at all. You always do your own research. Fix and stir fry some eggs for stir fry. Hey, that sounds pretty good, Sharky. That sounds really good. Stir fry. So, how is everybody tonight? I sure would like to start being able to do earlier live streams, because I just cannot do these 5-hour. It's not so bad doing the 5-hour live streams, but getting no sleep in the middle of the night is not good for an old man. So I gotta start doing earlier live streams. So, I will be putting the link out. Put the link out for anybody that wants to join. Before that, I do want to go over a couple videos with you guys. It's a couple videos I think that you guys, anytime I come across some information in some videos, I love to share it with you guys and see what you guys think about what they're talking about. Pretty much the videos that I share, unless I otherwise, I obviously agree with the with the information that's in the video. But beforehand, let's see. Let me bring this up first. I gotta go back, rewind that. Before I play any video, I want to play a music video by these guys that was sent to me by Sharky. And Sharky, I don't remember who you said sent it to you. Let me look at Sharky's. Of course, Sharky can answer that. Because he's in chat right now. Sunny. Okay, Sunny sent it to Sharky. So, all right, let's get to this video. I think these guys are right on the money with their message.
Freedom world. Liars, no COVID-19. Fuck the social distance. People that wake up like
Yo, I swear this new generation lost the plot. You shook our feds, but you're saying fuck the cops. All this beefing over postcodes, that's gotta stop. Evil families run the world, you don't run your block. You're not 30 cause you're rolling with a knife, G. If you're a man, put the weapon down and fight me. I just be myself, that's why there's no one like me. Dependent on my chain protects me from the 5G. V-gang, and no cows milking my tea. Clean smoke, and no chemicals in my weed. I refuse to have your vaccine inside me. Fuck your new normal and your COVID-19. Sometimes at night now I like to read a book. I don't trust Bill Gates or that Elon Musk. Black the Ripper spoke out and then he got took. And Chip Man did say shit because he got
They
shot.
want to vaccine all nations, that's why it's vaccination. But can I get a natural cure in the equation?
We need to unite, no more separating. Free your mind, keep your mind
They
elevated.
want to vaccine all nations, that's why it's vaccination. But can I get a natural cure in the equation?
We need to unite, no more separating. Free your mind, keep your mind elevating.
Bond the government, I'm done with the system. I can't let my brothers or sisters fall victim. You ever heard about this track and trace and chip ting? It's the mark of the beast, they must be tripping. Free Assange and shout David Icke. I hope Edward Snowden's trial goes alright, because I'm trying to stand for what's right. Whatever's in the darkness will always come to light. Yo, this world's run by some evil Satanists. They're playing with our lives, and they're playing with some kids from Epstein to Prince Andrew to Clinton. It's time to make a stand for the innocent. Invisible technology killing slyly. Can someone tell me why they rolled out 5G? They'll turn it up and call it the second wave, and have that Mark Hancock say it's just they want to vaccine all nations, that's why it's vaccination. But can I get a natural cure in the equation?
We need to unite, no more separating. Free your mind, keep your mind
They
elevated.
want to vaccine all nations, that's why it's vaccination. But can I get a natural cure in the equation?
We need to unite, no more separating. Free your mind, keep your mind
They
elevated.
want to vaccine all nations, that's why it's vaccination. But can I get a natural cure in the equation?
We need to unite, no more separating. Free your mind, keep your mind
They
elevated.
want to vaccine all nations, that's why it's vaccination. But can I get a natural cure in the equation?
We need to unite, no more separating. Free your mind, keep your mind elevating.
So, what did you guys think of that? I thought that was a pretty good song. I'm sorry about the buffering; it did the song no justice. A little pissed off about that. So tonight I can already see that this is gonna be a fucking night with bullshit internet problems all night long. So I want to go ahead and jump into the video that I wanted to show you guys.
Hats off to North Idaho Exposed. They do a fantastic job. This says America Wakes Up, Central District Health, Boise, Idaho. Listen to how he talks to this guy who wants him to put a mask on. I love it. I love when I see videos where there's an interaction between a guy who's ignorant, who's just promoting the agenda, wittingly or unwittingly, meets a guy who actually has some knowledge about what's going on in our world.
What's that, sir?
How do you guys put these on, please?
I'm not sorry, I won't do that. It's against my religion.
Okay.
Thank you. You know you're part of the globalist takeover? I'm not here to discuss that, sir. I'm just doing my job. Oh, I understand that, but your job is to get these fake PCR tests to ramp up the positivity so that they can continue to lock us down. Tomorrow.
That is very succinctly said. I love it. You're a part of a global conspiracy where they use these PCR tests, these fake PCR tests, to ramp up the sensitivity and to ramp up the cycles, which even Anthony Fauci said if you go over 35 cycles, and from what I hear from the FDA, they're running at 40 cycles. If you do 35 and over, Anthony Fauci is saying basically it's garbage. It's amplifying everything. Not going to get anything out of that. Nothing but false positives. Love it.
So CDH, Central District Health, is going to be voting for no more non-essential travel. You're going to have to wear a mask inside and outside at all times. Our churches are going to have to go
Let me also point out
virtual. My kids no longer are going to be allowed to play sports. And
let me also point out, look how he's holding this mask. How do we know he didn't just go to the bathroom and he's spreading fresh fecal matter all over that mask? Yeah, you might be immune from it, but you don't. When people pass out a mask to you, it's contaminated. They're not giving it to you in a sterile package. It's already out of the package, and they got their grubby hands all over it, and they're basically going, "Here, keep yourself safe from my disease." You could have crap under your fingernails I don't even know about, man. Ridiculous.
I got to do right now. Hey, man, handle your business. I was just trying to get cool.
I was trying to hand you a pre-infected common ear loop mask, the outside of which the box says will not offer any protection against cerveza bug, and I'm doing all this to keep you safe.
This is getting so real. Yesterday, me and my 3 children, we knew that Brad Little was going to be at St. Al's and Meridian, and so we went to St. Al's, and we stood on the street there, and we were standing on the street, and a National Guard, somebody from the branch of the military, came up to me with 3 masks in his hand and said, "I need you to put these on." Standing on the street with my children. And the military came up and told us to get muzzled.
What did you say to him?
I said, "No." Thank you. I said, "No." And I said, "Sir, do you realize you're part of a globalist takeover?" And he said, "No." He said, "I'm not going to discuss that. I'm just doing my job."
Which is basically the exact excuse the SS soldiers at Nuremberg, and I know there was crazy, crappy, cloudy stuff going on at Nuremberg. I don't give the Allied forces a pass, and I also don't give the Nazis a pass. They're all a bunch of statists trying to wallop on other statists. But that is the exact excuse the SS soldiers tried to give at Nuremberg. Hey, I was just doing my job. I was just following orders. I was doing what my commanding officer said. Guess what? You are an individual. And if you make an individual decision, I don't care who your chain of command is. If you make an individual decision to squash somebody else's freedom and they're an innocent individual, I don't care what your reasons are. You're not acting as a good human being right there. That's why William Pitt the Younger said necessity will always be the plea for every infringement of human freedoms. It's the argument of tyrants. It's the creed of slaves. And some people might say, well, they have good intentions, Brian, but good intentions will always be pleaded for every assumption of authority. Always. Matter of fact, that's what all the politicians say. Look, this is necessary. We have great intentions. We want to keep you safe. That's why the 9 most dangerous words in English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. They're saying they're going to keep you safe, but the end result of that is not only do you end up less safe, but your freedoms are completely stripped and eroded. And when they go away, there's nothing you can do to give them back because you will be in a state of powerlessness. And by the time you wake up and realize that, the boxcars are already on their ways to load you up and take you to the chlorine showers.
If your job is tied into pushing fake PCR tests to raise the rate of infection up artificially to give these people reasons to keep locked down. You got to quit your job,
You gotta
man.
go in. Come
You
on.
got to quit your job.
You will quit your job. You will quit your job.
I can't breathe. Government. Give us tickets. I would be the first to wear a mask if I was saving lives.
Enemy of the people. So you're using your authority. The blood is on your hands. It's on your hands, Russ. Shut it down.
I have to go. I can't breathe. Say something.
All right, we need help and everybody come in. We need help and everybody come in.
See, the problem, I mean, the problem is complying. The problem is order followers. There's no way the lockdowns could ever see. Don't give me that Riverside County Sheriff's jive about, you know, he basically came out against Gavin Newsom and said, stop bullying us. The shutdowns only happen because law enforcers are there to enforce the laws of political parasites like Gavin Newsom. They're all working together. And if their actions continue to coincide, all you got is a WWE glorified dog and pony show on a state, local, and federal level. And now it's on a worldwide level because it's happening everywhere. Everywhere.
If you enjoy this content and you want to be notified every time I upload a video, just hit the subscribe button and that bell notification icon. And if you want to support this channel, one of the best ways
So yeah, I mean, the only way that this can keep going is if people keep following orders. And y'all know, you people that are wearing the mask, you know that it's not fucking protecting you and it's not protecting anybody else. So why do you keep doing it? Because somebody told you to do it. You know, that could go right back to the old saying, if somebody tells you to jump off a bridge, are you going to jump off a bridge? You guys need to start standing up for yourselves. Welcome, Cammie. Welcome, Brenda. There's another video that I want you guys to see before I have anybody come in the chat, because once I start having people come in, it'll slow the computer system way down. So that's why I'm trying to get the videos out of the way, so I can start having people come in that would like to come in and so I'm going to show you this one first. It's only a minute long.
Hey, what's up, brothers and sisters? This is much easier than editing a video and putting music, talking to the camera. I could do this all day. Anyway, you might have already known they removed my video and gave me a strike, so I can't do anything for a week. And you know, what are you gonna do? It's on 153 News. I was having trouble with it, but it's up there now. And I will leave a link in the description so you guys can watch it if you didn't get the chance to see it. So I hope you're all well. I love you all, and I will talk to you soon. Bye.
So why don't you just see that first before I showed his video? I'm hoping that I can get his video up here. I know that it did play on my phone. But I don't know if it's... going to play on here.
years.
Let's see if it comes in. We'll give it a
In a few
minute.
years, Amazon may no longer be the biggest e-commerce site because the largest retailer in the world has just opened up its marketplace to people like you and me. This is the greatest online opportunity that has ever appeared. And here's the best part. If you're looking to start an online business, I'm sure you've been bombarded with ads about Amazon. Drop ship with Amazon. Start your own Amazon store. Find great products on Amazon.
If you've ever had this feeling that something was terribly wrong with the world that we live in, but you couldn't figure out just what it was, then you've come to the right place. Secret societies, mystery religions, and the Illuminati have been controlling our reality since the beginning of time. But not anymore, because there is an awakening happening, and you are about to become a part of it. Wake up. Because this is a call for an uprising.
This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. Life as we know it for us who are refusing to put you-know-what in our body, to have it stuck in us, will never go back to the way it was. And for some people, they don't really care. And for others, they do. Now, I'm one of the people who is on the, I care a little bit because I like to travel. And now I know it's not even just going to be international. Eventually, it's going to be state to state, entering a state, because they're going to be afraid of, they'll have their own rules, somebody bringing it in from another state, if you refuse to be tested, if you refuse to get the shot. And that kind of bums me out a little bit. But I'm 100% in no way, shape, or form ever getting it put in my body. So it's the new reality that I'm faced with, and I guess we're all faced with, right? But this video is to show you how they're going, and I've said this, if you've watched me this entire year, I said this in March. I talked about how this was going to lead not just to the, mass amounts of shots that are going to be given, not that it's going to be mandatory, but they're going to squeeze people out. How many times have you heard me say it? They're going to squeeze you out because they're not going to let you do anything unless you get it. And this is where we all have to be strong, because we're not going to be able to travel. We're not going to, some of you are going to lose your jobs over this. Maybe you can sue, maybe you can't. I don't know. They say that you can't because it's the business's right to do that. But you can say for religious purposes as of now, but that's going to change too. That's not going to last very long. And I believe it is your choice to take this. And they're telling you it is because they don't want to seem suspicious about it. But they're also saying, look, you ain't going to be able to do nothing. No concerts, no sporting events. And eventually this is going to be buying or selling. That's why a lot of people believe it is the mark, because they don't think you'll be able to go to the grocery store, buy or sell. But listen to how they're talking about this becoming the new normal and the repetition here, because they're preparing everybody for this now. The Vax passport is not just going to be a passport for you to fly with. It's going to be a day-to-day going to restaurants, going in and out of businesses or places type of thing, where they're literally going to lock all of us out and discriminate against us because they're going to use the excuse of, well, you're going to make somebody sick, even though there's a lot of people, especially ones who claim to be opposite, they have junk in their pants and they claim to be something else. They make me sick, but they have more, nobody seems to be locking them out of anywhere and asking questions about their mental health. No. So how come when it comes to this, when it comes to our bodies and what we put in it, we're going to be discriminated and shamed against? Well, because they want it in everyone and they want to make sure that everyone gets it. And they know that the people on the fence are the ones they have to persuade into getting it. So here is the repetition, and here is what the world is going to look like.
For approval this week, there are new questions about whether you will soon need to prove you've been vaccinated before heading to work, school, or vacation. Zareen Shah joins us with that story. Good morning, Zareen.
Good morning, George. For airlines and venues, proof of a vaccine.
If you take a testosterone supplement to raise your testosterone levels, nothing's going to happen. Why? Because there's another hormone in your body that completely destroys testosterone. And there's 4 common foods that you're probably eating
of a vaccine could be the ticket to getting back to normal.
This morning, questions swirling. Could businesses, schools, sporting events, or even airlines make you prove you've taken the shot? Qantas Airways saying it is considering requiring travelers to show proof of vaccination before boarding their international flights.
What we're looking at is how you can have a vaccination, a passport, an electronic version of it that certifies what the vaccine is it acceptable to the country you're traveling to.
Several companies are working on these so-called vaccination passports, like Clear, IBM, and Change Healthcare, working in partnership with various airlines and grocery stores like Albertsons and Walgreens to upload lab results into an app.
What we really think we can do is to make that circumstance in the patient's control, make it secure, and make it as available to all the venues where it might need to be used.
Businesses and large venues could ask for proof of a vaccine from the app, similar to pulling up a boarding pass on your phone.
The people coming in aren't going to create any kind of super spreader event, certainly travel, and frankly, letting us all get our lives back, being able to go to concerts and restaurants and other venues where we feel that we can safely interact with others and they feel that they can safely interact with us.
Okay, so this is how it would work. For companies like Clear, you would link your lab data to the app. It would show green if you've taken the vaccine, red if you haven't. This is an easy, quick way to get hundreds or thousands of people into a venue. And these companies assure me that it is very safe, just like going through TSA. Michael?
All right, Doreen, thank you so much. Now we're going to bring in our chief legal analyst.
So,
Dan,
you guys are listening to this, right?
Dan, and Dan, what is the law?
You guys are listening to this,
workers to get the vaccine,
right?
So on employers, the answer is yes, but yes, with regard to private employers, in the vast majority of cases, you're what's called an employee at will, meaning you can be fired for any reason that's not discrimination, not based on race or gender or sexual orientation. So if they say that's a requirement of the workplace, that's going to be a requirement of the workplace. The but is that there will be exemptions. For example, if there's a medical reason that you can't get it, that would be an exemption. In certain states, there can be religious exemptions or moral objections. But on the whole, people may be required by their employer to get that vaccine.
And how about local governments in public and private schools? How about those?
Yeah, so I don't expect that governments are going to do it in a big way. But the answer to that is they probably could. But first, we would need FDA approval. Right now, the vaccine is going to be working on what's called emergency use authorization.
Oh my God, Chappie.
FDA is
it's not Good Morning America. That's what
it's not giving the
I'm showing here.
Of FDA
They're all saying
That's a
it.
higher
They're
standard.
all saying
I don't
it,
see you're going to.
Chappelle.
I don't think you're going to see any government action.
Don't just chop up
unless
Good Morning
there was
America.
Full FDA approval.
Good Morning America
and even
sucks.
then, it would be
It
local
is fake
governments.
news.
And
It's
even
propaganda.
Then, I don't expect it to happen,
Of course.
although it has happened.
But I'm
in the past
showing
with regard
you
to smallpox and
what
measles.
is
We have
coming.
seen local governments require vaccines.
And there are a lot of places where people are in close proximity to each other, like sports arenas, airplanes. So can it be required for those places as well?
Yeah, I think those are going to be some of the first places that we're going to see it. Again, you're talking, if it's a private stadium or an airline where they're going to simply say, sorry, you can't use our facility. You can't come here. You can't ride our plane unless you have been vaccinated. It's possible to also say, unless you've had a test within a certain amount of time. But that's the place where I expect it to happen first. The last place is probably going to be governments.
All right.
And again, this is just nothing more than discriminating against a certain group of people. They're literally locking us out is what it's going to become. They're going to lock us out from being able to do anything. We're going to be prisoners like we are now in our own home. That's the way it's going to be. And it's just something we're all going to have to bear, right?
Chappelle, don't even go there.
Strong through it. You have to
Don't
realize, you know
even
what?
go there.
It ain't worth taking the mark to be uncomfortable.
You're
in this
so
world, 'cause
funny,
we're all
Chappelle.
already uncomfortable in this world. None of us
You're a fire
fit in
starter,
here.
Chappelle. You are.
We're not of this
You're a
world.
gaslighter.
All these zombies, they're of this world. They're of the me. You know, build treasure on earth type
Gaslighter,
of crowd.
Chappelle.
Sell their soul for $1. That type of thing. Us, well, we know what's coming after, but we're going to have to grin and bear. Now, this in no way, shape, or form is fair. And the people on the, I guess you just call the liberals the ones who are, I mean, I saw some statistic yesterday about pro-vax. How can you be pro-vax, right? And I'm saying it from the standpoint, there's people who are anti, and then you should just be somebody who's like, well, I don't know, I'm just going to get it because I have to get it to go back to normalcy or go back to work. But there's people who are like pro it. They're like, they want it and they want to make sure we all get it. I mean, they're insane. They're the lowest IQ people. And that's what I've learned of these people who act intelligent. They try to speak intelligently, like the Satanic Temple and all these people, about these scientific wonders. And they're all, you find out like they're all dropouts. And that doesn't mean anything. I get it because school is, you're learning fit. But I mean, they're people who are, they've lived their life as the dumbest people in town and the dumbest people in their group of people they associate with. And they now act like they're the smartest people because they listen to the news and they don't even realize they're just completely under control. They're persuaded. They don't individually think. They have no thought process. And I mean, these are like I see these videos, people share them with me of just dork after dork here on YouTube that they do videos. They're either men who think they're women or they're guys who are collecting Pokemons in their 30s with, bad hygiene and blubber all over their bodies. And, they're like acting like they have a clue. I mean, these people. And then what they do is, somebody sent me a thing yesterday. There's like a Reddit forum of people trying to shut my channel down. I mean, are these people kidding me? Are you kidding me? And I'll tell you right now, I find any of these people, and if something does happen and they shut my channel down,
I'm sorry, Chappelle. Don't take it to heart.
They don't know.
You're not a gaslighter.
Who I am. They don't know what I'm capable of, and they don't know what I would do if I ever ran into them. But I know who they are. So that's just not a threat. That's just me shooting from the hip. Because the bottom line is no one's taking away my right to speak. And I'm not sitting here telling these people not to get a shot. The people who listen to this channel have made that decision on their own. Nobody who is over here has any interest. That's why we're all here. We're all like-minded. Those of you who are the Karen, quote-unquote people, the SJWs, the social justice warriors, at this point, at this stage, I would like you to take it because we've had enough. Let's get these people to take it, put their money where their mouth is, and let's see where they're at 5 years from now and how they're feeling. Okay? Because I don't have time to care or waste. I care about my family. I care about people close to me. Of course, I don't want them to do this, but at the end of the day, it's their body and it's their choice. And all you could do is tell them the information and try to make them question things. But this game plan that they've come up with to completely squeeze everybody out of life, unless they get it, is how they're going to get people to do it. Completely make people say, wow, I can't work. I can't go to the grocery. You're not going to be able to go to restaurants. You saw the video. They're talking about, you can't go to sporting events, concerts, whether it's something you go to or not, whatever. That's just the beginning. They're showing you the bigger picture, right? Sprinkling down from passport of just flying, right? That's originally what it was. You won't be able to go internationally without it. And now they're coming out and telling you, like I said, you aren't going to be able to go here or there as well. You aren't going to be able to work at certain places. It's almost like we have to create our own utopia or something where we have restaurants for people who are not taking the shot and people who take it aren't allowed in. Will that be allowed? Because they're discriminating against us. So all of us on the other side, we're going to have to and that goes against what they say, right? Because, you're not allowed to discriminate against somebody on their gender or anything like that, or their sexuality, but you can discriminate on somebody who is skeptical of putting something in their body, right? Because it's safety concern. Well, it's a safety concern when I feel like children are around some of these absolute, just disgusting creatures of human beings who are just sexually perverse and those are the same people who obviously target children as well, if you look at the statistics. But that's another story for me to share on YouTube. I mean, not on YouTube, on my website, because that's where you can talk about this stuff. But you can't shut these people out from a business, but you can shut us out because we are skeptical, because we don't want to put something in us. So I guess we can maybe start doing our own thing and starting, you know, our businesses and locking out the people that we don't want in because they're making us sick, right? And the people who take the vax, we don't want you inside because you're a zombie. So we'll have our anti-vax movie theaters, restaurants. Maybe there's an actual billionaire out there who could start his own airline. Who knows? But it's just going to continue to get worse. And the cell phone app is just the beginning, right? Of course, it has to be digital. They talked about it originally being a card. And I mean, that's so easy to fake. They clearly need to have some type of digital thing that everybody's using, and eventually it'll be inside your arm. You know, it'll have that in there and have your currency in there for our cashless society. And I'm just going on a rant here because I just think it's so important for everybody out there to stay strong. I mean, it's hard to think like you've grown up living a certain way your entire life, and then suddenly you're just stuck inside and you're bored and you can't do this. And now they're demanding that people wear masks everywhere they go and even in your home. And we just have to bite our tongues, hold up our middle finger and say, you know what? We don't care. We're not giving in. You could take all these things away of this earth. We don't need them, nor do we want them. And when we get to the point where they won't let us buy our groceries and stuff, then we're just going to have to band together. And they're going to have to figure out another way to wipe us off. But in the meantime, they'll be busy wiping off the sheep, which they don't really care about anyway. That's what's funny about it. Because, you know, these sheep who believe in them, they're the ones who are going to line up first. They're just going, all right, these people are idiots anyway. Satan's smirking because he's going, they're all like doing my work for me here on earth, and, you know, living in sin and acting the way they act and just being completely clueless. And he doesn't care. He's like, I'll see him in hell. Come on down. The pit's warm. And that doesn't mean if you get the shot that you're going to, I mean, unless you believe it's the mark, which I'm becoming closer and closer to thinking. I know transhumanism is involved. I understand that, and I understand the buying and selling. I think it's all just coming together at once with this shot. And it's scary to see it happening in our lifetime. But remember, God put us here now for a reason, for us, because we could handle it. And we just have to endure from this point out. That's all we can do. So here's the squeeze, folks. It's coming. It's coming fast. Just endure it and do the best you can. I want to thank you guys for listening. And remember, you know, if you're struggling with this stuff, you could comment on I mean, YouTube is hard to really interact with people. They've taken away even like messaging and all that stuff. But, you know, callforanuprising.com, you can interact with people there. There's prayer chains. There's all sorts of stuff there where you could talk to people. You could fellowship. You could talk about this stuff and how frustrated you are, you know, and get help, or not help, but I mean, you could talk to somebody. Sometimes it's just good to vent and then hear how other people are coping. And, you know, you don't feel so alone anymore. So that's one of the good things about the website, the forum. So check it out if you haven't, at callforanuprising.com, $2.99 a month. I want to thank the patrons. I thank all of you guys out there for supporting the channel. I greatly appreciate all of you. I thank you again for listening to today's show. God bless all of you and your families.
Hats off to North Idaho Exposed. They do a fantastic job. This says America Wakes Up, Central District Health, Boise, Idaho. Listen to how he talks to this guy who wants him to put a mask on. I love it. He's got, I love when I see videos where there's an interaction between a guy who's ignorant, who's just promoting the agenda, wittingly or unwittingly, meets a guy who actually has some knowledge about what's going on in our world.
What's that, sir?
How do you guys put these on, please?
I'm not sorry, I won't do that. It's against my religion. You know you're part of the globalist takeover?
I'm not giving you special, sir.
I'm just doing my job. Oh, I understand that, but your job is to get these fake PCR tests to ramp up the positivity so that they can continue to lock us down. Tomorrow.
That is very succinctly said. I love it. You're a part of a global conspiracy where they use these PCR tests, these fake PCR tests, to ramp up the sensitivity and to ramp up the cycles, which even Anthony Fauci said if you go over 35 cycles, and from what I hear from the FDA, they're running at 40 cycles. If you do 35 and over, Anthony Fauci is saying basically it's garbage. It's amplifying everything. Not going to get anything out of that. Nothing but false positives. Love it.
So CDH, Central District Health, is going to be voting for no more non-essential travel. You're going to have to wear a mask inside and outside at all times. Our churches are going to have to go
Let me also point out
virtual. My kids no longer are going to be allowed to play sports. And
let me also point out, look how he's holding this mask. How do we know he didn't just go to the bathroom and he's spreading fresh fecal matter all over that mask? Yeah, you might be immune from it, but you don't. When people pass out a mask to you, it's contaminated. They're not giving it to you in a sterile package. It's already out of the package, and they got their grubby hands all over it, and they're basically going, "Here, keep yourself safe from my disease." You could have crap under your fingernails that I don't even know about, man. Ridiculous.
Hey, man, handle your business. I was just trying to go.
I was trying to hand you a pre-infected common ear loop mask, the outside of which the box says will not offer any protection against cerveza bug, and I'm doing all this to keep you safe.
This is getting so real. Yesterday, me and my 3 children, we knew that Brad Little was going to be at St. Al's and Meridian, and so we went to St. Al's, and we stood on the street there, and we were standing on the street, and a National Guard, somebody from the branch of the military, came up to me with 3 masks in his hand and said, "I need you to put these on." Standing on the street with my children. And the military came up and told us to get muzzled. What did you say to him? I said, "No." Thank you. I said, "No." And I said, "Sir, do you realize you're part of a globalist takeover?" And he said, "No." He said, "I'm not going to discuss that. I'm just doing my job."
Which is basically the exact excuse the SS soldiers at Nuremberg, and I know there was crazy, crappy, cloudy stuff going on at Nuremberg. I don't give the Allied forces a pass, and I also don't give the Nazis a pass. They're all a bunch of statists trying to wallop on other statists. But that is the exact excuse the SS soldiers tried to give at Nuremberg. Hey, I was just doing my job. I was just following orders. I was doing what my commanding officer said. Guess what? You are an individual. And if you make an individual decision, I don't care who your chain of command is. If you make an individual decision to squash somebody else's freedom and they're an innocent individual, I don't care what your reasons are. You're not acting as a good human being right there. That's why William Pitt the Younger said necessity will always be the plea for every infringement of human freedoms. It's the argument of tyrants. It's the creed of slaves. And some people might say, well, they have good intentions, Brian, but good intentions will always be pleaded for every assumption of authority. Always. Matter of fact, that's what all the politicians say. Look, this is necessary. We have great intentions. We want to keep you safe. That's why the 9 most dangerous words in English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. They're saying they're going to keep you safe, but the end result of that is not only do you end up less safe, but your freedoms are completely stripped and eroded. And when they go away, there's nothing you can do to give them back because you will be in a state of powerlessness. And by the time you wake up and realize that, the boxcars are already on their ways to load you up and take you to the chlorine showers.
If your job is tied into pushing fake PCR tests to raise the rate of infection up artificially, to give these people reasons to keep locking us down, you got to quit your job, man. You got to quit your job.
You will quit your job. You will quit your job.
I can't breathe. Government. Give us tickets. I would be the first to wear a mask if I was saving lives.
Enemy of the people. You're using your authority. The blood is on your hands. It's on your hands, Russ. Shut it down.
I have to go. I can't breathe. Say something.
All right, we need something. Everybody come in. We need something. Everybody come in.
See, the problem is complying. The problem is order followers. There's no way the lockdowns could ever see. Don't give me that Riverside County Sheriff's jive about, he basically came out against Gavin Newsom and said, stop bullying us. The shutdowns only happen because law enforcers are there to enforce the laws of political parasites like Gavin Newsom. They're all working together. And if their actions continue to coincide, all you got is a WWE glorified dog and pony show on a state, local, and federal level. And now it's on a worldwide level because it's happening everywhere. Everywhere.
If you enjoy this content and you want to be notified every time I upload a video, just hit the subscribe button and that bell notification icon. And if you want to support this channel, one of the best ways you can do that
there's an event of biblical proportions happening on December 15th. And no one is talking about this event. CNN isn't talking about it. Fox News isn't talking about it. Now, this event is going to cause a tsunami-sized wave of low-risk.
If you've ever had this feeling that something was terribly wrong with the world that we live in, but you couldn't figure out just what it was, then you've come to the right place. Secret societies, mystery religions, and the Illuminati have been controlling our reality since the beginning of time. But not anymore, because there is an awakening happening, and you are about to become a part of it. Wake up, because this is a call for an uprising.
This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today's show. For those of you who have followed my channel for the last few years, who I am fortunate enough to have still here listening to the channel, you're going to get a total kick out of this. For those of you who are new, maybe you've seen some of my older videos, but I really started in the beginning talking a lot about celebrity and political influence, how these people were influencers. And that was the reason that I was exposing them being Satanists and in the occult. Through their music videos, with the signs and the symbols, because people didn't seem to understand. They said, well, who cares? It's just some stupid music video. Well, I care, because people are affected by the influencers, by the Miley viruses of the world and the Lady Barf Bags. They watch them, they like them, they worship them, and then they go on their social media platforms and they use these things like the vax as something they try to get people to get, to be good citizens. And because they're fans of these people, they follow what they say and they go and do so like walking, abiding zombies. So I'm going to show you just what's being reported in the media and these ideas that are being thrown around to let celebrities, that's right, celebrities and rich people get the vax first because they're influencers. That's the New York Times, that's CNN. This is major media outlets talking about this as being a real thing, openly admitting that celebrities have influence over people and that they're above regular people. And I can't believe that we have people who are influenced by these goons who do not, they shoot baskets, balls in a basket, throw a pigskin around, sit on reality TV like the Kardashians and do absolutely nothing. People don't realize where their wealth is generated from. Satanists have unlimited bank accounts. Do I even need to go there at this point? Influence. It didn't get a lot of views. Sometimes you do multiple videos in a day, people don't get the notifications. So if you haven't seen it, check it out if you need a good laugh, because there's forged letters to Santa written by adults in the media to persuade people to get the vax because poor children are just suffering so much in the holiday season and throughout the year that they need to get this to end so they can go back to normalcy. So check that out if you haven't seen it. Here it is, folks. Listen to this news report about celebrity influence.
Now, we know healthcare workers and those living in nursing homes will be the first up to get the shot. But what if famous people were some of the first to?
See that bright brain full of activity? That's a healthy 18-year-old brain. Mine is the other one. 55 years old and getting dimmer all the time. I had a
The first two. Hear me out here for a second. Former Presidents Obama, Bush, and Clinton have said they'd get the vaccine on TV to show people that it's safe. But what about prominent athletes like LeBron James or Patrick Mahomes, for example? That could sway people, especially in the Black community, to get the shot. For a sharper insight, we asked Dr. Tang if these vaccine influencers are a good idea.
It's a good thing to decrease vaccine hesitancy, I guess. If you have people that people trust, like Clinton and Bush, if it's not, these famous people, it should be leaders in the community and tell them, look, this is safe. This is good for your community and for you.
Just food for thought here, by the way. Researchers in 2009 found that parents, political affiliation aside, were more open to their kids getting the swine flu shot after President Obama's daughters got theirs. We'll see if it's something similar.
Did I just hear that guy say, if you have people you can trust? Clinton and Bush. Yes, because we all trust the Clintons and the Bushes. Probably behind some of the most scandalous things, including the Central Intelligence Agency, MK Ultra being done on people, Clinton openly admitting to it, not to mention the other stuff that we've exposed on this channel and other channels have exposed as well, involving pizza, which has never really been debunked, ever. It's just been blown out of proportion and taken to a different level of ridiculousness because of people's passion for caring for kids, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it's never been debunked. Despite what a lot of these idiots say, they haven't debunked anything because James Alefantis was posting those pictures and doing so willingly, and it's suspicious. And when people are doing that, if it was you or me or a next door neighbor, the police would be at your door, okay? So it can't be debunked because he did it flat out, and it's creepy, and it should have been investigated. But instead, they created what we call a psychological operation to deflect from it. Anyway, people we should trust, right? Because you should trust the Kardashians, LeBron James, because you know them so well, right? Oh, we're supposed to trust them based off of their philanthropy. Remember, I talked about that too on my channel? The Masonic teachings, the secret society teaches about philanthropy. You ever wonder why we've turned into such a philanthropic, or whatever the word is, society? You go to get something at McDonald's and they ask you to donate money. You go to Walmart, they ask you to donate money. They get people on board to give because they want everyone to be like them and start acting like them so they could take total control. And when the Antichrist is ushered in, everybody's already doing these things and persuading people through these actions and being politically correct and kissing each other's rear ends and not saying something that might hurt somebody's feelings. I mean, it's all a total, utter joke. But we should trust LeBron because he gives to charity. He shoots a ball in a hoop. Do you know him personally? Do you know what he does behind closed doors? No, you don't. That's like saying, I've said it a million times, you got a daughter, hypothetically, or a son. Let's just say you have a daughter. A guy walks in and she says, she's going to go on a date, and you don't know, you never met him. Suddenly, two guys walk in. One guy is a plumber. He's wearing a tank top, let's say, has a mullet and a mustache. The other guy's a doctor. He's in a suit. What are you going to immediately say? He's a doctor. Don't you dare date the look at him. Oh, you're going to judge him on how he looks, on how his job status, social status, right? Meanwhile, he's the nicest guy in the world. He spends his free time helping give to people, but he doesn't tell anyone that because he's not looking for a pat on the rear end. He goes to elderly communities and helps. He goes to food banks and donates his time and his money. The doctor, you think, is, he's got the better education. He's in the suit. He's clean cut. He could be trusted. Meanwhile, When the sun goes down, where do you think where's the doctor? You don't know what he's doing. Doctor's going underneath the church to perform rituals, possible Planned Parenthood rituals. And I'm not saying that's true of all doctors, of course not. But I'm saying, how are we supposed to trust in a celebrity based on social status? That's what they want you to do. That is why they want the social credit score, so that you're judging based on people's behavior. So someone like me will have an F, and people go, he's a disgrace. He's a disgusting human being. And I'll hold my middle finger up and I'll say, I don't care what you think. I'm me. I'm allowed to have an opinion that's different, aren't I? No, you're not. You have to follow suit like us. I'd rather die. How's that? I'd rather take a bullet in the eye. This is the world we live in, where social influence is taken over, and they're openly talking about it. Look at this in the Times, New York Times today. They say perhaps sometime early this winter, suppose a small portion of doses, are sold in what would amount to a charity auction. Who might be the winning bidders? Very wealthy individuals and high-tech companies are likely to account for some of the demand, along with businesses that employ high-profile talent like professional athletes and entertainers. Just imagine how much the NBA, whose season will start around Christmas, would be willing to pay to ensure that none of its players or staff would be infected. The same goes for Hollywood studios and TV production companies that are eager to get back to work. The prospect of selling off precious vaxes to celebrity athletes and entertainers, hedge fund magnates, and high-tech billionaires may strike you as utterly immoral, exacerbating the inequality this disease has already inflicted. But before you dismiss the idea as outrageous, here are the points that need to be made. This is the New York Times. First, the very purpose of the charity auction would be to redistribute money for the rich, from the rich to the poor. They want to do that. There's a lot of other ways you could do it. They don't want to do that, so don't fall for that. Unless you're really dumb, you would. Think of it as a voluntary wealth tax. This money could be used to help people who have suffered from the pandemic. Please give me a break. Do I even need to read on? Those who've lost their jobs, faced evictions. Yeah, they're going to give you money. Why don't they just, why don't they come in and say nobody has to pay taxes this year, right? If they really care. No one has to pay taxes because everything we've gone through. So taxes are suspended. Well, of course they don't. Depending on the prices and quantities, billions of dollars could be raised that could be spent to help those who need it most. Second, be realistic. The alternative to this sort of legal market is almost certain to be a black or gray market for early vaxes, which might be obtained by hopping on a plane to another jurisdiction or via entrepreneur. I don't even know what their point is there. But third, one reason that the charity auction feels wrong is that it makes transparent what is typically not correct. Rich and powerful people in every society manage one way or another to obtain superior health care. Is that immoral? Perhaps it is, but it would be naive to pretend that it doesn't happen. And it would be a shame to let the narrative prevent the transfer to much needed money from the rich to the poor. And that's, pretty much what they're pushing. And they're saying nudges could come from celebrity influencers to persuade the public to go and get it, showing that it's safe and it's healthy for everybody to take. So people aren't nervous anymore. And that's what the influencers do. That's why they're so dangerous. That's why I've exposed them since I started my channel. No, it wasn't to get clicks, because guess what? Do you think I want to reel somebody in watching a Beyonce video? They subscribe. They never watch the other videos anyway. They just subscribe. And then because you have a viral video and you get 200,000 new subs, what do you get? 2,000 more views, maybe, if you're lucky? No. It's because these people are the ones who have the reason we have the zombies out there the way we do is because of the celebrity influencers and the media combined. They work hand in hand. They influence people's behavior socially, how they act, what they do, what they like. That's why there's things called trends. Ever think of why there's trends? They're like, oh, this is the trendy fashion. Says who? Mother Teresa? Says who? This is what people are wearing in 2121. Says who? I'm wearing what I want to wear. It is a completely controlled, mind control society. And the funniest thing of this video is the guy saying people that they can trust in, like Bush and Clinton. Can you make it up? If you're out there and you trust in Bush and Clinton or any of these politicians or any of these celebrities, you are completely lost. Put your trust in one place and one place only, and that's in Jesus Christ. Because the rest of this world is nothing but an utter lie and a disgrace. These people are going to be influenced. Watch, this is the next step. So I say let them be. Go ahead at this point. If you're that dumb that you're going to be influenced by celebrities, we're good. I want to remind everyone, please check out the website at callforanuprising.com, $2.99 a month. I want to thank the patrons, thank all of you here on YouTube.
So yeah, that was a call for uprising. He's got a lot of good info. He releases a video or two every day, and he always has good good information, I think. But yeah, that's the thing is people. Even I was that way back when I was sleeping. I looked up to certain celebrities that I liked, and I went in mind to meet. But I don't think I would ever do something that would affect my body just because a celebrity says it. But I'm sure there's plenty of people out there that would. And if anybody would like to come in, here's the stream. I am done with the videos. So if you'd like to come in and talk about whatever is on your mind or get off whatever is on your chest, you're more than welcome. Bring it on. Bring it on. It'd be nice if we could get somebody in here that's not normally in here and see where they're at on all this after watching some of this information. So yeah, and like I said before I even started the stream or started any of the videos, I had told everybody, never listen to one source. Always do your own research. Always get stuff backed up by at least 2 or 3 other people that I trust. So, and I always do my own research too. Marine Corps tried to teach me to fire a gun. I shot lowest, went through school, but in Fleet, I was expert by Kentucky windage. Same way, live, always just sliced the middle of Velveeta cheese with a knife. Always feel my middle ground in them. Yeah, middle ground, Sharky. Yep, Brenda, after that, their narcissistic surfboards might be a bit. Shappy, where are ya? Brenda says. So, this could be an early show tonight. Hey, what do you know? We, like last night, we went 5 hours. The night before, we went 4 hours. The night before, we went 4 hours. So if anybody would like to come in, do it now. Trying to think. Oh, the born again veteran. I showed you guys a minute clip of his video got taken down by YouTube, and his other channel that he put it up on got a strike. So he posted the video on somewhere else, which I cannot get up on the computer. So I will try to see if I can bring it up onto my phone. I know that it did come through the phone before. So if I could bring it up on here, I would like you to watch that video. It is called I think it's called like One Shot or let me see if I can find it here. Oh yeah, that's right. It's not on YouTube. Crap. Where did I see it before? Hey, Algo, how's it going? How did I bring it up before? Oh yeah, okay. All right, so going to his channel. Man, I feel like I'm coming down with something. The back of my throat feeling a little scratchy. Uh-oh. Could I be coming down with the coronavirus? Okay. So I did get it up on my phone. So it looks like we'll have to watch it on the phone. So let's see. Hey Algo, did you what you up to? How's Algo Radio? I haven't seen you do a radio show lately. Okay, so I have it up on the phone. Jack it up. No, not the beer bug. Beer bug. Okay, let's see. Da 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 da.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Today has been dubbed V-Day in the UK as the first doses of the corona vaccine are being injected into patients. And I'm going to get right over across the pond to London, where Julie Amshalbaum is there with that story. Good morning.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money. Money, 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 money.
Dollar, dollar. Dollar, dollar.
Hey, what's up, brothers and sisters? This is the crazy world we live in, where the government's going to pay you $1,500 to inject poison into you and your family. No, thank you. Anyway, I don't know if you guys have heard about this story, but I wanted to thank Brother Keith for sharing it with me. Seems like a no.
I am going to pause it there for a second and have a little discussion. Because God forbid we show this all the way through. We don't want anything to happen. It's dead for now. Another community guideline strike. Oh, you got another strike? Oh, man. Algo, you just had to say that. No. Because I'm not even going to say anything. So I hope it's a long time before I hope I can get enough truth out there before they give me another one. Because God forbid you put a little truth out. So, stimulus? Can anybody say stimulus package? All right, go back to it.
Brainer, probably. I mean, if you're asleep, yeah, this sounds like a great idea. If you're sitting in front of your TV all day soaking in the fear, this sounds like a gift from the government. What a great government we have. They care about our health so much. It's so easy to look up the ingredients to vaccines. So many people have come out and said that vaccines harm their children. But the people that are asleep they just can't wrap their minds around that. Can't wrap their minds around the fact that the people that they trust are actually the enemy. It's a tough pill to swallow. I wish people would just ask more questions like, why are they going to pay us $1,500 to get a shot? You know, why do they have to bribe you to take this shot? What are the ingredients in this shot before you give them to yourself or to your children? You know, questions like that and stuff. Anyways, this talk about the vaccines reminded me of my video No Shot that YouTube removed a few months ago. So I'm going to re-upload it. And I guess this is like bonus content before the video starts. Anyways, that's it for this first part of it. And I'm going to just play No Shot now. Hope they don't take this down. Love you all. Talk to you soon.
Okay. Now, hey, Tommy. Welcome.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, you may have just saved me. Before I played this video, I was about ready to play a video that was taken down, and the guy got a strike for this video that he put up. It's called No Shot, but I'm sure if anybody hates me out there, they will make sure they report me.
I might bring some people over. Yeah, there's Jennifer, and maybe a couple other people, because I let some people know on the D Live that you were on and that I might join you. So, there you go.
Awesome.
Oh, they wanted me to go live, but I'm really sleepy tonight, so I can't stay on too late, and I got to get up early tomorrow. But it's been a long day.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm glad that you came on here. Algo just got his second strike.
Yeah, they're hitting everybody, dude. They're hitting everybody now. It seems. I mean, they really, and it's like they're trying to kill themselves, almost. Like they don't even care. I mean, they got enough money, so even if they let YouTube go all the way down, killed it, they don't care. They just don't want the truth out there on their platform anyway. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, it seems to be anybody that releases any little bit of the truth, they're getting pulled down. I don't even think I really talked that much about what I talked about to get my first strike, really. I mean, I said a little bit about the vax, and I don't even remember what I said, to tell you the truth.
Just one troll or New World Order mole can contact YouTube and complain, and then that just one person can be your downfall on a particular video or so. Even I am still getting hit daily. I'm hardly on YouTube anymore, and I'm still getting hit daily with crap from them, on old videos and stuff. It's like they won't stop, and they won't let up. It's just once you're on their list, dude. Yeah, good luck ever getting off their hit list. It's like, but
yeah, no, I totally agree, because I've been hit. I was hit with the warning, then I was hit with the strike. They took a video down during my strike, and now they just gave me another warning about another video.
Yeah.
But obviously wasn't a strike, but they gave me another warning. So they're constantly, I'm constantly getting emails from them now about, any one of my videos.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. But, like I said, too, it could be as simple as just one or two COVID-idiots or something that, just like, oh my gosh, I've got to save the world by, reporting all these people that are putting out false information, us, and there's a team of so-called COVID heroes going around flagging videos and, whatnot. I don't know, but yeah, it just the truth isn't popular anymore. I mean, we see that clearly now in this society. People would rather be lied to. People would rather hear what they want to hear, and even if they know they're not going to get it in the long run. It's just like, oh, just lie to me, just sugar the truth for me, just tell me, let me stay in my positive bubble 24/7 that nothing penetrates, ever, never, and I mean, it's okay to be positive, but you got to realize that, these people want us dead, but they'll settle for controlment and enslavement, but they really want us dead. And they, the quicker the quicker the better, in their opinion. So
Tom, why would the government want us dead?
Because because we're not compliant and never will be. So yeah.
But I'm being compliant. I'm wearing my mask. I'm social distancing. Why would the government want me dead? Probably because you eat too much, or they do call us useless eaters.
Yeah, they've got lots
because they don't like you. That's why.
Yeah. I mean,
you're nothing to them.
Yeah. If you're not one of them, then it's very hard to become one of them too. So if you're not already one of them, then they don't care about you at all. I mean, a lot of them would kill their own family to get to the top, so they're not gonna, they don't, and that's the whole thing. And it's another sign that the end is near, because there is so many people that want to rule the world, and so much lawlessness and so much love for humanity's gone. Love for nobody even cares about meeting their neighbors and knowing them anymore. I mean, it's just like, it's Twilight Zone. I've been saying that for almost 10 years now, that I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone, for real, and
I have friends that I try to share the truth with, and I try to wake them up to what's going on, and I will show them your video, Algo's videos, videos by people I've just showed on here, and they will do something like this. They'll watch your video and watch it, and then they'll start messing with something, like doing whatever, and it's like, hey, come back over here, pay attention, you're missing a lot of good information here. Oh, okay. They don't get into it at all. They don't want to hear it. Like you just said, they don't want to hear the truth.
Yeah, most people just want to be entertained, and they're scared of the truth, because then that makes them have to do something about what they're hearing. Makes them have to take a stand, or realize that they're complying, or that that the government is trying to enslave us, and it's just on and on and on. So people don't, unless you're a truther, unless you love the truth and you're seeking it, then you're probably falling for their trap, falling in their trap. And I mean, it's becoming that way, that you're either in love with the truth and hating the things of the world that everybody else is in love with, or I mean, it's it's that simple. It's like there's for long there'll be hardly anybody on the fence anymore, because the fence is like getting blown over or shaken, whatever. And so all these people that are on the fence are going, all right, now I'm going to have to just pick a side. I'm going to be on the good side, or I'm going to be on the dark side, and or especially what they're going to be loyal to. So I'm still waiting for that big wave of people. I'm starting to see it that are coming off on our side, and they're wanting to learn, what's going on and why. And
Rhapsody Love says people don't even look at each other anymore. I went to the dentist, and every patient had their head in their phone. Yeah.
Well, all you're going to see is a set of eyes now, pretty much. I mean, you can't. You can't even read somebody's face. The judge today gave me permission to take my mask down, so I could have like a real face-to-face conversation with him, because he only had one hanging down. He never had it on. He has a piece of plexiglass up there, but he doesn't seem like he's worried about it or in fear of anything, yeah, it was weird today to see all the different masks and stuff that people, wear, and how people act with them on and stuff,
I forgot about that. I started watching your
stream this morning.
You were standing outside, and all of a sudden, before I know it, your stream was ended, and I was waking up. I had fucking fell asleep. I had gotten no sleep last night until about the time your stream started. I laid down and was gonna watch your stream, and I just passed out. Just fucking passed right out. Woke up, my phone next to me, and your stream was done. And I haven't had a chance to get to watch it. So what happened today?
Well, so it was crazy. For one, I'm very disappointed that I had to wear a mask for like an hour and a half. I think it was. I was thinking it was 2 hours or something like that, but it wasn't. But so about an hour and a half, I had to wear a mask. So in all, I have worn a mask 2 times for a total of about 2 hours, between the 2 times going to court. And that bothers me a lot, because I was very uncomfortable wearing it. And, I was actually pulling it away from my face and holding it there for a good bit of the time, just like, I don't want this thing on, goodness gracious. Nobody,
Did it make you feel dirty?
Yeah, man. It's just, and you feel like your air is getting restricted, and that you're breathing too much of your exhaust. But so
what I mean by dirty was spiritually dirty.
Okay, I even said it to a few people in there. I said this is ridiculous. I said Jesus wouldn't wear a mask living in fear of some flu bug, and and I was telling people left and right, look, this is only the second time I've ever worn a mask, and I only am because the court situation. Anyway, I had to wait longer last time. From the time I walked in the door with the mask on and was before the judge and back out, it was only 29 minutes, man. I was loving the fact that, I've never gotten in a courthouse and gotten back out in less than 30 minutes for any reason, almost, really. So they were at least flying through it that time. This time, no, it was plea day, docket day, and it was taking longer because the state was, everybody's trying to make a deal, and so yeah, I just kept praying about it and listening carefully to each case and to what the judge was saying. Take a guess at how many cases this one judge, there's maybe a dozen judges, maybe a little less, but anyway, there's multiple judges. So how many open cases he has right now? Take a guess.
Just today that he listened to, or
what he told us today that he has right now open, the cases that he has to deal with.
Probably about 120.
Yeah, 500.
Holy
That's
shit!
Insane, dude. One judge. So every judge probably has that many, because there's, they're all booked up, and there's.
And this is for what? Let the audience or whoever's watching know what you're going to court for.
That's all a long story.
Okay,
I will, because Jennifer's waiting. Jennifer's waiting to hear too what happened. All right, so it was either beginning of this year or into last year. I don't even know at this point. But anyway, I'm a scrapper. I've been a scrapper for a long time. Not necessarily like I'm starving or poor that I have to, but I enjoy scrapping. It's just one of those things I like to. Recycle metal, Anyway, so all right. So in all the years, we're talking like almost 20 years I've been scrapping. All this time, I've never ever gotten in trouble, had any problem at all. Period. Scrapping, and I've met hundreds, if not thousands, of people, and been to hundreds of businesses, and scrapped all kinds. So my cat is sick. She's got cat flu. Yeah. My daughter's cat got sick, and then he gave it to my cat. So, but she's almost over it now.
Hey, line her up. She might get $1,500 for the vaccine.
Right. All right. So anyway, this little tune-up place or oil change place had ran an ad saying, come get this free scrap metal, and they're real specific about where it was going to be, and not to mess with anything inside the dumpster area, only what was outside the dumpster area, right? So I had went and got some, other people did too, that time, and then I occasionally, put it on my list to go back and see if there was more scrap metal, put beside the dumpster there, And anyway, I end up grabbing some old scrap metal, scrap motors that were sitting there beside the dumpster, and it turned out the place was going to scrap them themselves, and I didn't know that, and they call the police. The police come to my house. They were supposed to just let me know that the place wanted 2 of the motors back. I could keep 1, and everything would be fine, whatever. And so the cop comes here. He's sitting in front of my house when I get home, and I pull in, I get out and wave and smile at him, and instead of rolling down his window or getting out and talk to me, he just takes off. And so then he looks at some point he had looked at my Facebook, and it says Resistor of Tyranny and Freedom Fighter, or Resistor of Tyranny at Freedom Fighter, whatever, but I mean, it's been on there for years, and I'm not some domestic terrorist or any kind of, I'm not in a militia or anything like that. But, so he got scared, and that's why I guess he didn't talk to me when he was sitting there in front of my house. So he went to a family court judge and told him, we need a SWAT team, to go see this guy, so they busted my house at 6 a.m. one morning over some scrap metal, and take me to jail, and I've been dealing with the crap ever since, so what the heck am I hearing? All right. Anyway, oh, somebody in the kitchen? Oh, yeah. Okay. So, yeah. So, where was I at? So yeah, the owner of the business had just told him simply, we don't want any trouble. We just, want 2 of the items back, and he can keep the other. And that cop, he said, we'll give him 10 days. And that cop deliberately waited out the 10 days, like I said, and then went to a family court judge, who's not even a criminal judge, and got the permission to get a SWAT team. So, they come in, a whole big SWAT team, flash grenade and all, why did you have to set off a flash grenade, and they just giggling like, just like it's kids. I don't know, but, they scared the crap out of my neighbors, and, there was an armored vehicle out there. And I mean, it's just like, you guys have wasted more money than, anything to do with this, crap. And that still bothers me, but so this, that was a seasoned police detective there that was too scared to at the very least just roll down his window. What was I going to do? Just start shooting at him in my front yard? I mean, come on, dude. All he would have had to do was roll down his window and say, hey, they want these 2 items back. Can you take them back? And, boom, it's done. But no, they charged me with grand theft ×2, and
oh, wow.
Yeah. So
wow.
I told my attorney, I said, look, man, we're going to trial. I said, I don't think a jury of my peers is going to find me guilty under the circumstances, and it was blown out of proportion. you know. But so fast forward to today. I'm sitting there listening to all these people get reamed, man. I mean, dude, there was the girl that went right before me was there. She was pregnant, mind you, due in February. And that was when her next court was going to be, court date too. But she was in there for attempted homicide and a bunch of other stuff. I'm like, holy crap! I mean, there was some real deal criminals in there, you know, like, yeah, serious. And one person was facing life in prison, I know for sure. And the judge was like, man, you need to take this deal they're offering you, because life is life, you know. and they were offering him probation, you know. I mean, hello.
Wow.
He was almost guaranteed life, and they were offering him probation. But yeah, but you know, they say come to Florida on vacation.
Leave on probation.
Yeah.
I used to live in Florida. Yeah.
Gosh. But anyway, so all right. So I'm listening to all these people get these terrible deals and terrible sentencings and stuff. The judge is warning every single one of them. If you take it to trial, I'm going to throw the book at you. You're going to, you know, if you lose, you know, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to give you the max. I'm going to give you the max, you know, trying to scare the daylights out of everybody.
You know, if you lose, you know.
Sorry.
That's right. So anyway, my attorney comes up and he's like, "Are we still going to trial?" I said, "Yes, we're going to trial." He makes a couple circles. Is there any deal that you're willing to make to avoid trial? And you know, and he up until today, he's been all gang ho about going to trial because he is a trial attorney, and you know, he knows I had a decent case. But you know, so his buddy, the state attorney guy, you know, is you know, pressuring him to get me to, you know, do a deal. And I don't know, man, something just told me to go with it. And the first deal I said no, and he came back around with another deal, and I said, man, I'm so ready to take this mask off, get out of here, and never have to put it back on again. You know, I won't have to go back to court. I said, all right, man, I'll take that. I'll take that second deal. So I took a deal, and so tomorrow I'll be on probation until I pay back the business, which is another thing I have a problem with, though. The amount of money they say their scrap was worth, which is $1,900, they're saying, which is total crap, but they get to pick their own price pretty much. So
Wow.
luckily they didn't say, oh, 5,000-10,000 or something like that. But
Wow.
yeah, so but I'm only on probation until I pay that amount off, and I have no probation supervision cost, you know, no
Well, that's good.
crap. And the day I pay that $1,900 off, I'm done for period good. You know, it's over with. So it is what it is. You can, you know, I probably would have beat it if I took it to trial, but I just didn't want to see. I didn't even want to see another court date, man. And after hearing all the people go through what they've gone through, I was just like, yeah, I'm gonna cave in, I guess. I don't know, but I'm not gonna regret it. I'm just gonna, you know, pay the money and move on. You know, the way that it turned out. See, I mistakenly took the scrap, so I still would have felt like I owed the guy, even if I'd won the case. I still would have felt like I owed him, you know, at least some amount, not 1,900, because it's, you know, we're talking about scrap metal. We're not talking about anything, you know, good. But you know, it is what it is. I'm just gonna, right, Jennifer? Yes. I'm just gonna, you know, be more careful. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, the guy had ran an ad to give away scrap that he put in that exact spot. I mean, to the T, dude. No, not even inches over it. I mean, the exact spot that he had given the stuff away. That's where he put this, and he has a sign on the dumpster area: do not mess with anything. Don't take anything that's inside the dumpster area. You know, it's fenced off. So, you know, yeah, it was what they call entrapment, but it was involuntary entrapment or something. I don't know. But anyway, but definitely,
Well, yeah, at least you got it out of the way, because you don't know what the courts are going to look like in the near future anymore. It could be a lot worse than having to wear the mask for an hour or whatever. If you took it for a jury trial, how long is that? It could be.
it would have went into next year. It would have went into next year sometime.
Yeah, but the jury trial itself would have been hours that you would have had.
Yes, all day. Yeah.
Mask.
Oh, yeah.
As long as it's not on your record and you can get off probation, and it's not like a year's probation or something like that. I would never ever take probation, but if you get that paid off, I mean that, yeah. It's better than fucking with them anymore,
Yeah. I think, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not gonna regret it or even stress over it too much. And I can still medicate the way that I medicate, and it's all good, man. I'm just, like I said, I'm gonna be more careful in the future, and I just, I don't know. It is what
Rap City Love says, "Be glad you're not black. You would still be there." Yeah, probably.
Well, the girl that went before me was a black pregnant girl. She was a pretty young girl, and like I said, she was facing attempted homicide. Now I don't know what the situation is, but yeah, she was crying, and there was a lot of other people, white and black, that were getting getting deals, some good, some not, whatever. But yeah, there's definitely, I agree, there's definitely more people of color that get shafted by the system.
Yeah, Cammy said, "I would have taken a picture of that sign into the courtroom, laugh out loud, then show them where the motors were. You would have walked out free if you were in the courtroom where she's from. You would have walked out free," she said. And Jennifer says, "I'm so happy you are home." Cammy says, "I am just that particular, but I know to be I get burned by system every time if I don't."
Yeah. Yeah.
So I mean,
like I said, I knew my chances were good with the jury trial. It's almost like, I felt defeated a little bit. I felt like I was just ready to get this over with today instead of dragging it on more, man. And so yeah, I caved in a little bit, but it's still, it's not the end of the world, and I'm not in jail. I'm not,
Yeah, that would have hindered on my thoughts if I was in your position. I would have thought, how are the courts going to look like in the future? How am I going to get a better shake at it in the future? Probably not, because we're getting more dictatorable the more months we go on. So who knows what they probably would have thrown the book at. It may be worth 10 years in just a couple months versus a little bit of probation or whatever. You don't know how the courts are going to look in a couple months.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And like I said, he's got 500 cases, just that one judge, open cases. I mean, that's, there's probably 10 times, close to 10 times that or something in reality.
And they're all backed up. And yeah, I mean, and what time of day you're going to get the judge? Is he going to be in a good mood or bad mood? He doesn't have to go with the plea. He doesn't have to go with the plea bargain.
And look, This judge here, if you go in there with long hair, if you're a guy, he is gonna throw it at you. If you go in there and he's already warned you, you know, I mean, you see, I cut my hair last night. I wasn't playing because, and it wasn't even long, but still, you know, there was it was starting to come over the ears and whatnot. But yeah, he's I don't even see how it's legal. But you know, he certainly will throw the book at any. Oh, and you have to dress nice too. So you know, he. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know how he gets away with it, but you know, it's like his courtroom, his rules, whatever. You know, but I've never seen a judge as particular as he is. You know, I mean, especially you know, there's so many guys with long hair now. How can you demand that somebody have their hair cut before they come back in your courtroom?
Right.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah.
Jennifer said, aside from the money bit, it turned out okay. You are home and able to help your daughter and see your grandson.
Yeah, he'll be home tomorrow. He's in Alabama right now at his other grandparents. But yeah, I look forward to seeing him tomorrow. And he's growing. He's 15 pounds, 27 inches. And,
wow.
He's still the best baby I've ever had the pleasure of knowing and being around. He's got a personality of like 10 babies. I swear, he's so full of life, and so it's a good baby. Yep. So what else? What was your topic tonight? What was going on?
We were just I was just talking about how the vax is coming to America here soon. Trying to warn everybody not to take it. I know most of you guys won't take it, but just trying to put out a little warning to everybody else. You know, hey, read up on what's in this. If you are going to take it, read up on it. I consider I can't prove that it's the mark of the beast, but I am not going to take any chances.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome, Jennifer. You know, there's so many theories. Even like in the last week or so, it seems like there's more theories coming out about the vaccines. You know, you hear they're going to change the DNA, or you hear they're fake altogether. Or I've even said I think maybe that whoever's going to get the first rounds is probably going to be placebos or very mild, so that they don't have a lot of doctors and military men and nurses falling out, you know, or having a bunch of reactions, because they're, you know, if people see that, general public see them having a hard time with the vaccine, then they're not going to want it. So I just think they're probably going to give them something mild or fake, and then they'll give the toxic crap to whoever is dumb enough, foolish.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think all the first shots given to any president or any actor that's going to take it,
or even the doctors. I mean, think about it. Yeah. They can't have the doctors all falling sick, you know, and then there's no doctors, or no.
Yeah, it's all going to be a placebo. And then they roll the real junk out to us, and anybody that stands up and takes it, it'll be very hard to pinpoint that it was from a vaccine, or they can blame it on COVID. So it'll be very hard to pinpoint, hey, in this area, because they said that they're going to send it out in certain, or try to get out as much as possible, but it's going to be all over. So when they start giving it out, and people say, 10 people dropped over here, the media will pick that up right away and say, no, they had COVID. That's why they dropped. They got the shot. It was too late for them, and they got it. They got the shot. It wasn't able to help them. They'll come up with some fucking excuse to play off the ones that are getting sick from the vax, and people will keep getting it and keep getting it. I mean, people, people are going to do what they're going to do. It's their body. But I, for one, whether it had anything that you're going to get, die from right away or whatnot, I personally think it has something to do with the mark of the beast. Whether it be all of it or part of it, that looks really good.
Mhm.
That looks delicious.
That's the Fruit Loop still, and then I have the Sunburst.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Nice.
That's from the West Coast.
I wish they would hurry up and legalize it in Wisconsin. That's bullshit.
Yeah. So the judge said you can drink, which I don't drink, but he said, and any legal drugs you can do. Well, I know where I live in Florida. I know what I medicate with. Yeah. Okay.
Jennifer says, I think it's definitely tied to the mark of the beast.
Yeah.
Cammy said, I will donate my vaccination to someone who wants it more and needs it. Thanks.
Needs it. Nobody needs it.
Yeah.
I promise you that. Nobody needs the
See, I
vaccine.
sound so helpful and caring. Laugh out loud. Jennifer, go ahead.
Let me say this. Yeah, this is another fine example of how their agendas, even the New World, or you could say Old World agenda, it has been in the works for decades because they've been, getting people used to vaccines for decades to lead up to this. Up to this point here, and I mean, man. Most people in the old days, didn't want nothing to do with the shot, so it's taken them a long time to get people to willingly take shots, especially from the government,
Right.
So, but I mean, they've done a great job of brainwashing people, programming them, that vaccines are safe, and they've also done a very, very good job of making them mandatory and enforcing that. Hence, your kids not being able to go to school if you don't have vaccines. See, so this is all just one big experiment and implementation of the beast system. And just like, if you want to put CERN into the mix, that has been in the works for decades, so I mean, I was red pilled in 1994. That's that's a couple decades, 3 decades ago or whatever. So almost. So I was told all about the New World Order, all that time ago. But there was people that knew, for 20 years before that, probably. There was Russians that knew about Obama and knew he was going to be president back when Clinton was in office, dude. That's a long time ago. So, things have been planned, and the only thing that happens sometimes is their timeline gets screwed up or whatever, them implementing stuff, but they always have a backup plan, another agenda, to go right into another, always another plan but it's always going to lead towards the one world government, one world currency, one world religion, all that stuff that the beast system loves. As soon as COVID started coming around, the Pope started calling for a one world currency, and he's been calling for a one world religion. But and it's just, one world leader after another, is on board with whatever they come up with next. And so we're just seeing it all unfold, and only those who love the truth and probably, and at least know the Creator is real, and hopefully have a relationship with him, but pretty much that's what we see is the ones paying attention to the signs, love the truth and not watching TV every day are the ones that, you know, see through this hoax and know that it's just a prelude to the beast system. And you know,
Oh my God, I don't watch TV, but man, every once in a while I will catch the evening news, and I watched it tonight because I wanted to get an idea how you know, how they were pushing the vax and stuff. And within 5 minutes, man, they had me so fucking scared out of my mind. I could just imagine the people that watch that shit over and over and over. There's no way. I don't know how they haven't lost their mind already. You know, I mean, they literally amped that shit up so much. The fear is wow. Have you seen a nightly newscast lately?
I haven't seen like the world night, you know, news or whatever. But you know, of course, I watch a lot of well, not a lot, but I watch several Watchmen on the Walls channels. So and then Jason A. You know, there's quite a few channels I watch that I see a lot of news stuff, news, you know, stories and so you know. I'm thankful that I have the discernment and have the, you know, the truth or eye to look at that stuff and see through it, you know, very quickly. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think that it's just time to just, you know, keep asking God what He wants you to do individually, each one of you, you know, us, and just try to please Him, try to fulfill His will, you know, over yours, over any man's will, because that's what He wants. Is, you know, that's what He's wanted all along. And so for us to just, you know, obey His, you know, His simple, you know, laws, you know, but you know, they were simple at one time, but man has gotten so greedy, so into himself, and you know, and just so power hungry, so money hungry, you know. And I mean, I get it. I mean, it's our nature. It's, you know, it is, and God gets it too. But you know, He would so much rather us look at the huge picture that is the eternal life that goes on and on forever past this short little time, and we can you know, just make His day, make his you know, his you know, his his, you know, just make Him happy by choosing to, you know, do what pleases Him, rather than our flesh, our body, you know, and our minds. And I think that is seeking the truth and sharing that truth, and you know, and so He wants us to, you know, take advantage of the real relationship He's offered us, and that we hopefully have, and that, you know, we can run everything through Him, and He will confirm it or tell us no, we don't need to share that, you know. And I think that's what I try to do. You know, I take that very serious. I don't just you know, start looking and find stuff, and 10 minutes later I'm on here sharing it without, you know, even taking it to God. No, I make sure that, you know, it's something that He would have me share, you know. So I mean, a lot of times, a lot of my shows, probably your shows, you know, there's things that, you know, we're sharing that, you know, people should take more serious, or, you know, that we hope, you know, God wants them to take more serious, you know. You know, I don't know how many more.
Yeah, no shit. Do you think we want our channels to get fucking thrown off here? I mean, but if we don't post the truth, you're not. I mean, what's the sense of it then?
You need to get on D Live, man. You need to get on over there.
Oh, I'm on D Live. I just haven't. I haven't done it. Yeah, I get you. I haven't done a stream over there yet, or.
But it's almost simple enough. I could even walk you through it. You know, I mean, because once you get it done, you won't have to worry about it again. You'll just go in StreamYard and click on it and YouTube, or it and Facebook, whatever you want to stream on, and you know, you don't have to do anything crazy, you know, each time or nothing. You know, it really it's locked in there just like your YouTube. It's locked in there every time, So
yeah, my DLive name is it's Timeline. Our new Timeline.
Well, definitely follow. If you following me, then I'll follow you back. But
yeah, I have to look. I know for sure I'm following Brian. I got him right away. I don't know if I found you yet or not.
Wow. Well, you've missed some of my shows for sure, then, because I've had 5 shows. I think 5 or 6 shows on there so far already.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've yeah. Then I've been missing a lot. Then yeah, I will go on there. I will go on.
The other day, it's weird. The other day I did a show. I thought I was on YouTube and DLive. It was a Mandela Effect show, and I could have sworn I thought I saw that I was on YouTube, but now it's not there. And there's actually a show out there that you click on, and it says "Still waiting for me." I'm like, what? That show is like it. I guess somehow it just didn't, get linked up and start or whatever. But I could have sworn I was streaming on YouTube on that one. But anyway, but yeah, the thing with DLive though is unless you become a partner, you don't have but three days your videos stay on there. So that kind of sucks. But how many people are really truly going back on and watching our other shows on YouTube? A few here and there, but so I guess our old shows. So in 3 days, if they haven't watched it, then oh well. But Brian seems to be getting pretty good playback on his videos in the 3 days.
I haven't even watched one of his videos in 3 weeks at least.
He was just you just missed a show tonight. There was 335 people on his DLive watching him and Karen's Unveiling the Realm there. Every Thursday night. That was on his channel tonight, and so he was live, and I guess you were live, so you missed it or whatever. But
yeah. I mean, last night I ran 5-hour stream last night. The night before 4 hours. The night before 4 hours. So I've been just trying to catch up on sleep and doing what I need to get done during the day and stuff. So I try to watch. There's so much content out there right now. So much truth. I can't keep up with everybody. You want to, because everybody's got so much good information. Yeah. But it's like I said, I was watching you earlier and I just fell asleep. I just boom, I was out.
That's what happens a lot of times when you're on. I'll fall asleep during your show if I even able to catch it, because man, if I haven't been on that much overnight. At night, I've been on more during the morning and day and stuff. But I just I've gone to bed a lot earlier lately. But who knows?
So do you stream through StreamYard on DLive?
Yeah, I do both. Well, it just depends, but you can do Facebook too. So you could have 3 places, or maybe even 4. I don't know, but you can definitely stream on both places, or just any one place you want to. So
because when I was setting my stream up, I've never seen. I see all these platforms, but I haven't seen DLive on there.
No, you have to set it up to where it the first time, and then you'll see every time after that, when you go on StreamYard, you'll see the option to go on DLive.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
That's the only thing, is you have to get that going the first time, and then after that, all you'll have to do is set up your StreamYard for the show, and then you'll go over to DLive and set your title on DLive, and hit save, and then then it's all good. Otherwise, you'll have your old title from your last show, but you'll still be live. But yeah, so it's not that hard. It's just grabbing these one set of codes off of DLive to put in to add the DLive to to StreamYard. But once you got that on there, man, it's a done deal, like I said. And yeah, man, you will probably find that you'll get, because I know you need the help here and there. So you'll get donations on DLive that you can use a lot better than YouTube situation. Because they give you pennies on what you get donated and all that. But
Yeah, that's cool. Because everybody knows I definitely need your donations.
It was weird for me because I've never asked or allowed anybody to donate money to me, on YouTube, and people would ask and I'd say no, and I'd say thank you, but no, so.
I went my first 2.5 years, almost 3 years without asking for donations. I still feel weird about doing it.
Yeah.
But it's like it's almost like a fucking job, really. I mean, like last night I did. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I just try not to think of it as a job because I'm I enjoy being
definitely
enjoy being around like-minded people. It helps me, so helps me grow and helps me stay strong, and it helps everybody else, I feel like I'm doing the will of God too. So and I'm not saying that there's a works-based thing. I'm just saying I think He wants every single believer to witness to people, and that's mainly what I do is witness to people, and share my testimony and my life story.
Last night we had a bunch of good guys on here. Last night was a damn good show. So yeah, no, I totally agree with you. Witness to have.
I think I think I caught some of last night's show too.
Oh, did you? Yeah, no. To witness, as you were saying, yeah. I mean, the biggest reason I do it is to get the truth out there. I mean, feel like I'm trying to do my part and at least give information that I'm coming across. I try to put it out there. I'm not saying you have to believe in it or anything like that. I always say you got to do your own research. If you have questions about something, do your own research on it.
Well, the biggest, my biggest thing is that people should have a relationship with the Creator. Everything else falls in place if you just will believe in Him and have a relationship with Him and run everything by Him, let go and let God. And that's all. That's pretty much all you got to do. Have a good prayer life, and try to be Christ-like. I mean, what else? I mean, what's the debate about that? Yeah, if you're an atheist, or I mean, but I mean, we're too late in the game. Time is too short to be worried or stressing about anything, or just do messing with anything but just trying to please God and be ready for our redemption draw nigh. Because it's coming, man. I mean, God is not going to allow this world to get much worse than it is. Or what we see coming in this, next few years. So, this is the end that people have been screaming. The end is near, for decades, but they didn't have the signs that we have now, that we've had in the last 10 years, that we especially had with the Mandela Bible scripture changes, expanding stuff. So, And the delusion. See, that's a huge one. There are people that are so under delusion, it's like you have nothing else to call them but NPCs, because they're the perfect little like human drone that the government has, running around doing, buying, spending, saying, believing whatever it wants them to do. That's just, oof, yeah, that's scary.
Yeah.
That's a robot. I don't want to be a robot. I don't want to merge with a robot. I've got steel in my wrist. That's all the metal I want in my body. I don't want a chip of any kind. No, thank you. But these youngins today will almost fall for anything. Maybe not our kids, the truthers, but these other kids, man. Boy, there's no hope in the youth. I'm saying it. I'm telling you, there's no hope in this youth doing anything for the future. So God's been removed, and so has the complete like human we used to be, because these kids don't have the morals we have. They don't have the loyalty we have. They just want, and they believe anything they hear too. So they fall for anything, and everything. I'm not saying our kids now, I'm saying the world.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I definitely see that. You can tell that in when you're out in the grocery stores, and the kids nowadays. I mean, I'm speaking kids. I consider 20-year-old.
Yeah, the teenagers and young adults. Yeah, so from the
yeah, they definitely really. I sometimes wonder where their empathy went, because they really don't show any empathy to. I mean, they just
do the wrong things. Yeah, they only empathize with the
yeah,
anything they shouldn't really, But yeah, it's like they do everything kind of ass backwards, upside down, I guess too. Yeah, they think that way anyway. Yeah, so I mean, but look, if you and me had as much as, because see, they've stepped it up. I mean, I know we were programmed and brainwashed and indoctrinated with all the in school and everything else, the little time we watched TV or whatever before we gave it up, hopefully. But these younger ones have had a lot more than what we've got when we were young.
I think we were helped when we were kids, because I know me as growing up as a kid, I was always pushed out of the house. No, don't sit there and watch TV. Get your ass out of the house and go play. Yeah. And you weren't allowed to come back until it was supper time. And then after supper and the dishes were done, you got kicked back out of the house and weren't allowed to sit down and watch TV. It was get your ass out and go play. And we weren't allowed to come back until dark. And then when we came back, it was time to get ready for bed and take our showers and stuff. And so we didn't get much TV when we were kids either.
Yeah. But I definitely saw Ed McMahon delivering that big check.
Oh, yeah. Definitely remember that. Clearinghouse, I think that's what it was called.
Officers Clearinghouse.
Yeah. Knock, knock. Hey, big check, balloons that pulls up in the van. Yeah, I remember that. I remember them commercials and shit. Everybody waiting to get their stuff in the mail to sign up for it. That was the 1980s lottery right there. Before lottery, that was to get people indoctrinated into lottery, maybe. Jennifer says our children are good. There's a small percentage of decent children and youth, but for the most part, the youth is terrible.
Yeah. Yep. No doubt about it. So where's all your regulars tonight?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. There might be somebody else on that's more popular. I know. The only regulars I have in here is Cammy. I know I probably pissed Shappy off earlier. She asked a question and I jumped all over her. So I apologize, Shappy. I called her a gaslighter. I was a little upset, but not upset at Shappy, but
I'm up to 285 people followers on D Live. Hey, that's more than I have on my backup channel on YouTube.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, you haven't been on there very long, have you?
Not really. I had, yeah, I've been on there for quite a few months, but I never used it, and I did have, hey, Mad Pieman, I did have like 70 followers just from our people, that had found me. And then once I went live with Brian, Brian did the first show with me on D Live. His people came over. I had 130 or 140 people on my D Live. It was cool, for my show. And so since then, yeah, I've gotten up to 285 and some really good
It's taken me 4 years to get up to 480 on YouTube.
And you're not supposed to say, but I have made a little bit of money on D Live. You're not allowed to show or talk about it, but we're not on there right now.
So who says you're not allowed to talk about it?
They've got some crazy rules over there too. Now, see, D Live could eventually be just as bad as YouTube. See, on D Live they can mark your channel with an X. They could just mark your content, but they can also mark your whole channel with an X. And then, unless people have the X switch on their account, they won't ever see you, or your content. And so I keep telling people, if you're on D Live, you need to go in your settings and put the X on. That's where you see the X, marked videos and channels. Because you'll see more truther channels when you do that, when you turn it on. Yeah, I was surprised. And so anyway, D Live, if you're too religious, if you're too political, if you're too kind of nasty, then they'll mark your channel or your content with an X on D Live, and you'll get less traffic. You'll get be seen by less people. Yeah, so they just want gamers and chatters, and they're not big on political or churchy stuff. So but who knows? Maybe Lighthouse will be the lighthouse we've been looking for. I don't know, but is it ever gonna start? I don't know neither. We Voynich checked on it today and it was still not open.
So welcome Prelim, welcome Mad Pieman.
Indeed. See, some of your regulars are coming in.
Yeah. They said Jennifer said that my notifications didn't go out.
I got
she
one.
didn't get a notification. You got one?
Yeah. That's why I came on over here after after Brian and Karen's show ended.
Oh, okay.
And it's fixing. It's gonna be 4:20 in a couple minutes somewhere. 4:20 somewhere.
Those who have issues with or are working for evil need way more help. That's what Cammie said. Jennifer said most people disagree with me on many things, but it doesn't matter because eventually the truth will be revealed.
Hi, Mason. Tell Mason I said hi if he's watching or whatever, or not watching. Jennifer said, Mason said hi, her son. Good to see you. Good. Hey, Mason.
So, Nikita says that she's got a question. I don't know if she ever asked it or not. She said a while back she had a question. I don't know if it was for the chat or for us. And some. So I don't know if she ever asked it.
I don't know.
Pray for those who love. Pray twice as hard for those who hate. Prelim says 1,760 subs. I just checked. For who? I don't know who he's talking about. 1,760 subs somebody's got.
I don't know. You jumped up overnight. No.
Yeah.
Hey, Pat, Tommy. Yeah.
Hey, good to see you.
Mad Pie Man, welcome.
Looks sunny there.
Yeah. Right.
I don't know why.
I'll be right back. I gotta grab some aspirin.
I don't know why they're not chemtrailing here all of a
I'll
sudden.
be right back. I gotta grab some aspirin.
Okay, no problem, Pat. What's the chemtrail like action there? Like
Yeah, no, it's been
pretty clear.
it's been pretty good. We haven't even had funky clouds for probably a week.
Yeah.
But, about a week ago, yeah, they dropped a massive chemtrail right over the top of my work early in the morning, you know. And everybody's going, "What's that? What's going on?" It's like, where have you been? I've been telling you this for like 10 years. Mate.
I downloaded a picture earlier. Let me show you guys. Okay, so there's a flat Earth event coming up called Flat Atlantic, in Flagler Beach, Florida. So I pulled Flagler up to see how far it was from where I'm at in Florida. It's 6 hours. Yeah, well, Florida's pretty big.
That's
Florida's,
the other end of Florida, obviously.
but check it out. Here's one of the main pictures that came up when I looked for images of Flagler Beach. Things to do in Flagler Beach.
Things to do.
Look, yeah, I guess stare at the
Oh,
chemtrails at the beach.
nice!
Look at that sky full of chemtrails.
You can count the chemtrails.
I mean, it's unreal. Yeah, I mean, nice beach, but yeah, look at the chemtrails. Jeez.
Yeah, that's just normalization, man. Yeah. They put it in backgrounds in commercials.
Yeah,
on
you
TV
see the
as well.
X there. Okay, you see one of them's an X right
Oh,
there.
yeah, there's two
They
there.
look,
Yeah, there's two.
that make those X's, and then so they've got their writing written at an angle, like you know, like the one X. You know.
Yeah. It's normal, Tommy. It's one of the new clouds. You know, one of those 10 new clouds.
Man. You wouldn't believe how many kids cartoons now they have freaking real cloud looks, and then they have chemtrails. You know, total nothing but chemtrails. Like,
Yeah.
wow, yeah. Let's just make these.
I
kids
mean, why would they put it in cartoons if they weren't trying to, you know,
I
weren't
know.
trying to program children? But it's the only reason they do it.
Yep, and I don't know how many young people I've met that thought that those are real clouds, man. Seriously, like, so I mean, if they believe that, boy,
There's not much
that's
hope.
no, there isn't exactly. Like I was saying, I mean, unfortunately, the youth of today is stuck on themselves. That's it.
What's scary, man? I was talking to a young guy I work with today, man, about the this generation's the culture of this generation. You know, the early teens, I suppose, to the young adults. You know, but say you'd say 15 to
25.
15 to 25, that age group, right?
Yeah.
All the girls, they've got Botox lips. They look like they've been sucking bees. You know, they've been chewing on bees, you know.
And big butts.
They've got eyelashes like an inch long, man.
Yeah. They got to look like a Kardashian.
Oh man, it's sad. It's so, and there's no substance, man.
Mhm.
They're just empty vacuums of nothing. And all they talk about is how many drugs they've done and how many people they've had sex with, man.
Yeah.
It's just total stupidity and morals out the window, man. And yeah, it's not.
Meanwhile, I get on here and I'm total humble and I don't care if I embarrass myself, and I tell people, look, I haven't been with anybody in 7 years. I broke up with my last girlfriend 7 years ago. I don't care about sex anymore. You know.
Yeah. But you can see it. I mean, for people with intelligence and dignity and morals, there's no future, man. There's no future for those people, man. You got to be an empty-headed moron that just follows the crowd. You know what I mean?
Right.
Fit in.
Oh.
They all look ridiculous, man. There's no, and that's the other thing I was saying. Yeah, they're everything's fake, man. They got fake lips, fake eyelashes, fake bodies, fake Instagram accounts, fake. You know, they Photoshop their pictures, you know, on their social media to try and impress other people. You know, everybody's trying to be better than someone else. It's all about the image, you know, all about the ego.
Oh, and look at all these people. Look at all these teachers and nurses getting on that one site, OnlyFans or Fans Only. What was it? To make money showing their body. Yeah. It's sad. People that normally wouldn't do that are getting on these sites now to make money. Share, it's being sexy.
When I see a girl, man, with bee-stung lips and huge eyelashes and stupid, like bright green hair or whatever it is, man, you know what I mean? I find it hard not to laugh at them, man, because they're not even halfway to being genuine, man. They're just completely manufactured fake people, man. All about the image. It's sad.
Yeah.
I don't even know how stupid they look. I think they look good. They don't look good.
I don't know why I kind of held Australia to such a higher standard, but I tell you, man, it still shocks me, mad that documentary that I saw, Sex Down Under, and just to see how far, how much Australia is like America and probably other countries too, big ones that allow so much of that world to go on, and it's just, man, it creates, when you put your women up on a pedestal or you tear them down, I mean, there's consequences to how, just
but
that
the women,
world.
the young women they're degrading themselves, man, and they're not helping. They're not helping the future cause, man, because there'll be no more genuine relationships. There'll be no more genuine people. You know what I mean? Everybody's just superficial, and that's the way. That's how you have to fit in. You have to be pretend to be something that you're not. There's just no authenticity there. Just none. They're just like mirror images of every other idiot. You know what I mean? And that's cool. Apparently, I don't know.
Are you with us, Patrick? What's going on? I think he keeps freezing out.
Yeah, I'm just
He's
thinking.
frozen.
Well, try it without your camera.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. Am I froze?
Yeah, you're
frozen.
Yeah. Okay.
Well.
It is 4:28.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah. Can you not hear Matt?
Okay. So, am I back?
You're still kind of freezing.
Yeah. No, I've just been thinking. Am I? I'm gonna go out and come back in.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, how's the green life over there? You still smoking? What's up?
Oh yeah, man.
Okay.
Yeah, I've
Good, good.
had my fuel for a while.
Yeah. Cool. So are they continuing to kind of relax on stuff, or what's the latest?
Yeah, we've been given a bit of a reprieve, which was exactly as I predicted, man.
Right. So
They had to-
this
they had to
is the
give us a
calm
break.
before the second storm, or what?
Yeah, they had to give us a break for Christmas, man. You know.
Yeah,
And they-
because they want the money.
There, is that better?
Our vaccines. Yeah, you're back, Pat.
Why does it seem like?
Yeah, our vaccines.
Does it seem like I'm moving so slow?
No, you're good. You're good. Well, there's an echo.
Now we got an echo going.
There's a bit of an echo.
Can't get jack shit right. I knew we were gonna have these problems tonight. Could just tell. So, is it a really bad echo or?
Hello.
It's only when I talk.
Hello.
It's only when I talk.
Hello.
I don't hear anybody else echoing. Am I echoing?
Hello.
Not to me. Not to me.
I think it's me.
Tommy.
It's me.
Tommy's not echoing.
I don't hear anybody echoing.
I hear me echoing. There we go.
No echo now. Jennifer said there's no echo. Works 100%. Cammy said.
Oh, it's just
Okay,
me.
so
It's just me. Don't worry.
so we're good to go. Yeah, we always got our problems coming from Australia. You got to come and
Yeah.
fuck everybody's stream up.
That's right. I am upside down.
So, oh, Jennifer's like, yeah, now I hear the echo. I don't know. Let me see if it's coming from me. I will mute myself right.
Hello. I don't hear an echo. No echo now.
I think we're good.
It's just him.
He's down again. Don't worry about it, Patrick. It's only me.
Well, he had several people on last night, so it was, I don't know why it wouldn't work tonight. So,
they've dropped the restrictions. Have been eased. We don't have to wear masks outside anymore. You don't have to wear masks inside your own house, inside small businesses. Only major corporations you have to wear masks.
That's funny, Bolt Gun. Yeah, I hear you. So,
Pubs are back open.
Look what
things are looking up.
But so look what they're doing in the Netherlands. Though, look what they're doing with Voynich. Now, they just started this month where you have to wear a mask to get in the store and shop and everything. So it's like they're just bouncing around. They do, do a little bit here, do a little bit there, but they're getting You can bet they're getting everybody introduced to to a little bit here and there, and at waves, different waves of tyranny.
Yeah, that's right. That's all it is. Waves of tyranny. That's right. That's what the waves are. Yeah. Well, we were first, man. So we're many steps ahead of everybody, and everybody else has got to catch up. And it looks like America's catching up pretty quick.
Canada, too.
Canada. Yeah.
Boy, they're really rolling this vax out fast, aren't they?
Oh yeah. Well, you get
I
a week or 2 weeks later.
I still am trying to get over that that first lady that got the shot,
You seen it?
and she.
How fake was it, man? How fake was it?
I'm just like, I should have known. You know,
Yeah.
unbelievable.
The nurse didn't even have gloves on, man.
Yeah.
Like what the
Yeah,
hell?
I noticed that. Yeah, I know. You were saying that yesterday, and so today I watched it a little bit closer, and yeah, she didn't wear any gloves.
No hole in the arm, no blood coming out of it. The needle went
I
behind
don't
her
know.
arm, man. It didn't even go. It didn't
I
even
don't
go through.
know. Yeah.
If they even took the cap off
let's
the needle, you know, if she didn't push the plunger down, you know, she went to wipe something, but there was nothing to wipe, you know.
We're gonna.
Sad.
I'm gonna welcome Bolt Gun in here in a second as soon as I can bring him in. But I think we're treading on dangerous ground tonight, Bolt Gun, because my system's not running very good. So I can't even get him in here. Just hold on. You're not even showing up yet, Bolt Gun.
Wow.
I'll turn my camera off.
Will we get?
Yeah, I
the
can't even
Bolt?
get him in here.
He's backstage, but you can't get him in.
Yeah, it won't click on him.
Wow. Yeah, your system's running.
Oh, there you go. Finally. Yeah, I'm like see how I can't even load my photos up, you know. I still see you, Mad Pieman. You're frozen. Yeah, Bolt Gun jump back up. I had him in there.
He took his camera off already.
Something's slowing the system down tonight. Holy shit. Last night I was whizzing through this stuff. And now tonight I can't fucking move anything around. It's been just recently too. I think we're speaking too much truth since we got Tommy on here.
Told me you broke the internet again.
Give him help, Tommy.
Well, you know, I think YouTube is ready to go down in flames because they don't care. They you know, they have enough money that they could do without YouTube, and so, you know, they're they're going to just keep on keeping on, taking people off of here, and eventually, when the truth is gone off of it, I think it'll become a trash site that nobody will want to be on anyway. So I see them slowly but surely killing themselves by killing the truth, by censoring the truth like the way they do.
It'll just be TV, man. That's what it'll be. TV online. That's the goal, man. That's where they're going.
Yeah. Do you guys ever see that Black Mirror episode where they have to work for social credits and they have to pedal this bike, and by pedaling the bike you're powering all the elite, all their parties and everything.
Yeah.
So you're pedaling this bike and you get credits. And then if you want to take a chance and spend all your credit, now you're trapped. If you're not pedaling a bike, you're trapped in this little room, and that's where and there's a TV on every wall, so you're constantly watching TV, and you can swipe. You know, if a commercial pops up, you can for so many social credits, you can swipe it away. So this guy had so many social credits, and he took all of his social credits and gave them to this girl so she could get on this TV show and be a singer. And he was in love with this girl. So she took the social credits and bought the ticket to get on the show, and then they said she wasn't good enough, but they wanted her to be a porn star. So she was like very hesitant, but they're like, oh, do you want to go back to your room, or do you want to be rich and famous and a porn star? And she chose to be a porn star. And then this guy who was in love with her had no more social credits, that he had to constantly watch her do her thing in his room, because he every time a commercial would pop up, she would be in this commercial, and he didn't have the social credits to
That's torture, man.
Swipe it away.
Yeah, it's
exactly.
torture.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, the whole thing is you're surrounded by a TV if you're not a slave for the system, and while you're not working, you have to be in that room watching TV, and you can't go to sleep or nothing. You know that TV is constantly going. You can shut it off for so many social credits and get some sleep, but this guy had no social credits left to get any sleep. He had to constantly watch this 24 hours, and then he started bicycling, and he was bicycling his ass off and basically robbing the vending machines every chance he could get to feed himself. Before he was cycling his ass off, he had just enough social credits to buy junk food. And with the junk food, he didn't feel like exercising or getting on the bike to bike. So finally, he started putting his arm up the thing, or stealing, or waiting until people were finished with their food, and then going and grabbing their food. And he was grabbing all the nutritious food, and then he was able to start biking. And so he biked his ass off and got
there's
enough.
There's a few lessons in that episode, man. Wow.
Yeah. And so he got enough social credits to buy his own ticket to get on the show, and he let him have it when he got on there. So it's a great programming show to watch. If you're awake, you'll see everything that they're trying to program into the masses in that show. You know, the guy who wrote Black Mirror, or all these they're about half-hour show.
It sounds like the new.
It's a little mini. Yeah, it's a little mini series, and the guy who created the show said he can't write no more for it because he can't exaggerate that's in reality right now. You know, he's awake and he sees everything happening. So he just was like, I can't even write past this. This is crazy.
Yeah.
Reality outwit him.
The only reason that would be allowed, man, is because most people can't see the truth, even if it's in front of their face, you know. And
right.
They can't even conceptualize the idea that everything they thought they knew was a lie, and this show is actually telling you how things are and how you're being controlled, and they'll just think it's just fiction. It's just just fiction, drama fiction. You know, it's just a story someone made up. It doesn't relate to me at all. You know, they can't connect the dots, man. So they'll never work it out. So that's why that's allowed. You know, but it's also for us, man. I think too. You know.
Mm-hmm.
By the sounds of it.
Oh yeah, and in the crowd was avatars. Everybody had their own avatar. Wow. So they sat in their room and they were running. They were in their room, but they were running their own avatar. And the avatars would be in the or in these shows as guests. And what do we see now? We see basically people at home as their own avatars, watching these shows. Yeah. Exactly what was on that fucking show.
Yeah. I told you about the TV show that's popular here. It's called Gogglebox. Oh, I told you about that, didn't I?
I don't think so.
It's a TV show about people watching TV. That's the show. You're watching people watching TV. That's the show.
Wow.
And that's popular, man.
Wow.
That's how
Wow.
retarded. That's how retarded the mind of most Australians is. You know.
See, I don't know why some people don't have the gene that makes you want to search for the truth. Why don't people ask the questions, who are we? Where are we?
Yeah.
Why are we here?
Yeah. What's their purpose, man? What's the meaning?
Yeah, exactly.
What's the meaning of
what is
life?
this?
What's it all about, man? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I don't get why everybody's not asking them same basic questions.
I don't know.
The
Come on,
delusion-
Patrick. We all know it's about making money, having sex, and driving fast cars. All right, that's all you need to know. All right. Get back to it.
Yeah, the delusion is so strong now, guys, that people, unless they're like-minded like us already, I mean, it's just so hard to pull them out of that trap, the many traps they're in. You know.
Reality's scary too, man. People can't face their. Most people, you know. I think also I'll get back to the main point. What I'm trying to say is that mental illness, all right, has been pushed really hard here. Probably there as well, you know.
Well, they're trying to break people. They're trying to break them so they can remold.
But they push that, man. Like you need help, you know. If you've got any problem, you need to see a medical professional.
Yeah, because if you take medicine, the drugs that they want you to take, then they'll help them control you more.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Sorry.
And make you sick and weak.
Yeah.
Make you die young, steal all your money.
All of above.
Yeah. But they push that so hard, that mental illness. You know, we have a national day. It's called Are You OK Day. And that's a day where everybody's supposed to ask anyone they know that they think might be struggling, you know, mentally, you know, people you might have noticed, just to be a friend, you know, just to be caring, all right, but not to give advice or anything, but just to, you know, it sounds good in theory. But the problem is you're always going to get related to a healthcare professional. You know, you have to see a doctor, you have to see a psychiatrist.
And there's always a pill that there's always going to have a pill for you. You know. Mm-hmm.
That's right, and it's accepted. It's been pushed so much that people have accepted that absolutely everybody is suffering from a mental illness. It's probably undiagnosed as yet. All right, so we're all delusional. We all have depression. We all have, we all need help. All right, we just have to admit it to ourselves. Be brave, and go and see your doctor. All right, because everybody's committing suicide, and you had all these celebrities committing suicide, and
go see your maker. That's what I say. Go see your maker, not your doctor.
Yeah. But you know, because this is it's pushed so hard, man. Right, and so everybody's already in that weakened state, thinking that they have some sort of mental ailment or deficiency, something they need to work on, you know.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's how they've got people, sort of under control.
Trapped.
And,
trapped.
they're already in that fear-based mentality, man, right?
Mm-hmm. And then, see, look, once they get you on one medicine, it leads to another and another and another and another. And see, that's when eugenics comes into play, because eventually they're gonna get you on one that'll kill you or at least long term kill you or whatever. And see, like my grandfather was healthier than I was at 90 years old, because I was having an MS exacerbation relapse, and I was paralyzed from the waist down and all that stuff, dealing with all that. My grandfather was healthy as an ox, and then they convinced him that he needed heart medicine, and man, that heart medicine killed him pretty dang quick.
Yeah, I told you, man. My girlfriend's she just recently had a heart attack, and she didn't need surgery or anything, but it was she needed to have her arteries cleaned or her heart cleaned or pumped out or whatever they did. But now she's on heart medication, blood thinning medication, and they
Yeah, they
she's a
did the
diabetic.
same thing to my dad.
And now
Yeah, had him on like 30 different medications
she's
after that
taking
heart.
so much shit, man. Now so many different pills, and she's complaining that she's not feeling better, man. Like she's feeling worse, you know. And I said, that's because of the shit you're taking. I said, it's all about your diet. Oh, you're not a doctor. I'm not listening to you, you know.
Right, exactly.
It's like
yeah.
it's like it's all coming down on me, man. My workplace, they just installed security cameras in the middle of the factory, in the office. Everybody's under surveillance now, and my union doesn't give a rat's, and they're 100% sucking the company off. Whatever the company wants, you know, the union is behind it. They don't care about the workers anymore, and they always did before. They've gone into full Agenda 21 mode, man, which I knew they would eventually, but it's happening now.
Yeah,
Bad,
just
man.
speeding up on shit. It isn't. It's like a quickening.
And I've got no one to talk to apart from people online, man, you know.
Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry to hear that.
A couple of people I can talk to, but not many.
Yeah, sorry to hear what you're going through, man. We all know it's gonna eventually come to us, but you sure look like you're gonna be the poster child.
And she blamed me too, you know, because I stress her out too much because I talk about shit, you know.
Yeah, I expect it's gonna be about a year that we eventually will be not taking the vax will catch up with us to the point where we won't be able to go anywhere without it. And I'm sure people are like that video I showed tonight. People are going to be on us saying we're no vaxxers. You sent 5. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I've only had that app for myself for a few months now.
I love the Cash App. I like that app. You can pay for everything really easy. Pay for your bills or whatever. It's just so easy to use.
Yeah, it's what my daughter uses for her way to pay.
I've got an alternative media platform for social interaction, man. It's called Rumble. Have you heard of Rumble?
No, but there's so many. Oh my goodness.
Apparently, it's very similar to YouTube in the setup, man. Like and there's a lot of people that are going over there that are you know awake to what's going on in the world. Man. It's not
rumble.com.
It's not full of crap. You know? Just Rumble, man. Just type in Rumble. RUMBLE.
Sorry.
So what do they offer?
Look, let's get ready to.
Yeah, I used to do that over.
Well, it's video sharing, man, and it's similar to the way YouTube is, but without the censorship. And apparently the moderators and all the people that work in the communication side of it, the IT people, they're contactable and they'll help people, you know, with any problems that they've got. So you can actually talk to people if you've got problems, you know.
Right. Yeah, YouTube doesn't allow you to call them, you know, of course.
You don't get any help from YouTube, no.
Yeah, I think part of going back to the medical system, you know, I think as Bokan said 15 years ago, I used to leave the VA with a paper grocery bag full of medicine. And they had me on, from my back injury, they had me on oxycodones, morphine, both at the same time in pretty high doses. I was on 60 milligrams of morphine and 10 milligrams of oxycodone. And I was taking the morphine 3 times a day and the oxycodone 4 times a day. And I was on that stuff for like 10 years. And meanwhile, the whole time I was on that,
What?
But I think he froze. Mad. So anyway, hopefully Patrick will come back.
buffering, or I'm gone.
You're there.
Back?
You're here.
Are we back?
You're back.
I think we buffered. All right. So, do they not like what I was talking about? So I was like, yeah, I'm slowing down.
You can't say anything against the pharmaceutical industry, mate. Otherwise, you will be censored.
Crunchy B wants to know if it has live and chat.
Yeah. So I was pretty. Yeah. I'm gonna turn my camera back off and see if that. Can't even get to it. So I'm sitting here. I'm now hooked to narcotics. I can't even turn the damn camera off. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
I can't even hear anybody.
Yes, we hear.
Yeah, sorry.
All right.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's the problem. I was looking at Mad Pieman. I'm like, I can't even hear anybody. Here, he's muted. So I'm hooked on these medications, and the whole time that I was on these medications, okay, so I'm diagnosed 5 years ago with diabetes. I have neuropathy so bad. How did I get off of mute? My camera was muted, and now didn't even touch it, and I'm unmuted. Okay, whatever. So, anyways, they just don't want me to get the story out. So the whole time that I'm taking these medications, I'm getting these cortisone shots in my back. And I was getting more cortisone shots in my back than was supposed to be allowed. Hold on a second. I'm trying to get into the private message chat, and it's not letting me in. Oh, okay. Okay, Rumble. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, cortisone's dangerous.
So
Man. You can end up being paralyzed, man, from that shit. Yeah.
yeah, and I think that's where I honestly think that's where my neuropathy came from, is I got so many cortisone shots in my back that I have no feeling in my feet and my hands anymore. And when I don't have anything for the pain, like right now I'm on gabapentin. If I wasn't taking the gabapentin, I would literally go out of my mind with fucking pain. That's how much and I've dealt with pain before. I've had broken bone. I've had many broken bones. I know what it's like to be in pain, and this is not like any other. If you've ever had a toothache and dealt with a raw nerve, that's what you constantly feel like in your feet and hands when you're in pain. And just think of that radiating through your whole body. There's times where I don't, the medicine that I'm on doesn't even help. I go by day, and there's times where I've curled up in my bed and not wanting to get out of bed, not wanting to eat or anything because I was in so much pain. It sucks.
Yeah, that's not good, man.
No good at all, man.
Yeah,
You need to get on
Crunchy
some
says
CBD. You need CBD oil, man.
I tried that. It does work if I mix it with marijuana. If I mix the CBD, like get a relaxation type CBD.
Yeah, CBD's got a different function to THC. You really need both, man. You need THC and CBD together, man.
Yeah, I buy the CBD, the pot. It looks like pot, you know. And it's just CBD that they sell in the stores here because pot's not legal.
Yeah.
But I'll crush it all up and I'll mix it together. Your pot lasts longer too.
Yeah. So they claim that the THC is only. They claim that it's only a psychoactive ingredient in cannabis, right? But it's not. It's not just psychoactive.
Mm-hmm.
It's medicinal, man. You know, the CBD is medicinal as well, but they only allow the CBD because they claim that the THC is psychoactive, so it's going to affect you mentally, you know, and not so much physically. But it's actually the opposite, man. You need the THC. The THC is the medicine, man, the real medicine. Yeah. CBD does a job too, man, but it's not doing the whole job, you know.
Yeah, usually as soon as I get some, I kind of see I have this CBD container, and it's actually this is like straight. I'm out of CBD, but I have the other stuff, which is better for now.
Yeah,
it's weird. I got the good stuff, can't afford the CBD. You know.
Yeah.
But if I don't have, I have to mix the gabapentin in that for pain. If I didn't have pain, I wouldn't be smoking it. I didn't smoke it for 40-something years, 46 years I went without smoking marijuana.
Wow.
You know, you think I just wanted to start smoking it now. But it does help with the pain. It doesn't help take the pain fully away, but it does help numb it, you know?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, man.
Is that why you smoke too, Tom? Is for pain?
It's very helpful for people with MS. You know, I have so many things that I deal with on a daily basis that I don't even tell you guys about. That you know, so many things that it helps with, and I even think it helps me because it runs in my family. I think it helps me regulate my blood pressure. I mean, my blood, sugar level and stuff too. So, whereas you know, my dad is a diabetic. His dad was. My mom's dad was. You know, there's a lot of diabetics.
Everybody, they want everybody to be diabetic, man. Everybody. Every single person.
Yeah.
You're diabetic. You're diabetic. You're diabetic. You're diabetic. Get them all aboard, mate. Everyone on the diabetes train. Woo-hoo. Man, it's an early death sentence, man.
Yeah.
You know, it's all you need to do is change your diet. You don't need to poison yourself with chemicals to keep yourself alive.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, I've lost 65, 70 pounds or something like that in the last 7 years. And I have changed a lot of my diet too. So maybe I'm breaking the mold there, the cycle. But yeah, they do say that marijuana can help you regulate your blood pressure, your blood sugar level, and your blood pressure.
Yeah, I believe it, man.
Yeah, but awesome. But yeah, I definitely it is medicine for me. Now I will say this, Patrick. I used to be able to probably do 10 of these an hour if I wanted to. Now I do one, sometimes two if I'm in a lot of pain, but one of these an hour, just filling this up one time an hour, man. I could sit here and do a 8-hour show or whatever, but I can get through my day with one an hour, and I don't I don't necessarily do them every hour neither too. So I might go a few hours during the day with none, but
Yeah,
definitely,
I'll go because I work during the day, man. I very rarely smoke.
Yeah, I can smoke on the job where I can smoke on the job where I work. You can't.
Yeah.
That's the difference there.
Oh,
if you
yeah.
could get away with it, you would, wouldn't you?
Oh, I can. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can.
But I mean, really.
Regularly. Very, very, very rarely. Sometimes, sometimes I might have a breakfast one, a breakfast joint.
I got it. Well,
Not normally, man.
My boss smokes, and he smokes as much as I do or more. So he's also medical, and it's like, he ain't got no problem. If I'm medicated.
If you give yourself a break, it works a lot better too, man.
Oh yeah, so like I said, at least every day I go 2 or 3 hours without any, and then sleeping at night too. But I went from taking 2.5 dozen pills every day, man. That's a lot of pills to swallow.
You're better off smoking.
Yeah,
you're better off hitting the bong, mate, than taking the pills.
All of those, for this. I haven't even taken kratom in months. I haven't taken CBD in months, because I want
kratom.
Yeah, kratom helps. It definitely helps, but it just I didn't feel like I needed it anymore. But I might from time to time. I've got it here, if I do. But I want to look into Tommy Chung's. I want to try Tommy Chung's CBD oil because he has a different CBD oil than all the rest, and it's supposed to be a safer, better way to take CBD oil than what most people are selling. So look into that if you want to get serious about CBD oil. Tommy Chung.
Yeah. There's probably some major corporations that are involved in CBD.
It was a doctor. It was a doctor that approached him. A single doctor that he got involved with that.
But I can see corporations taking over CBD, man, because it's such a popular medicinal item that people want to have there. You know what I mean? And if you got competition, they can lower the price.
Yeah.
Sell it sell it everywhere, man.
It is everywhere.
Big companies will try and pull
I
it
love
back.
watching him take this.
It is everywhere already, man, too.
Yeah. Well, it's not here, but I'm just saying I can imagine there's a strong market.
I meant here you can get it almost anywhere and everywhere.
Yeah. So there's definitely competition. Yeah.
There you go. Go get it. I could never do that. There's no fucking way. My lungs would crash on me.
Oh man, you'd see the biggest cough ever if I tried to do that.
I've had doctors tell me that I have extraordinary big lungs, abnormally big.
There's no way. I've never even done a bong before.
What?
You hit it hurt. It hurt. Man.
Never done a regular pipe bong? Just
No, never.
Wow.
Nope.
Yeah, to get to the bucket level, man, you got to have pretty well practiced. Practice pretty well on a regular.
Well, that's
bong,
what I say. There's no possible way I can.
The only way to get used and ready to
just one or two hits off of this, I'm high.
Yeah,
there's no reason to go above and beyond. Just take my pain away, dull my pain down. No reason to get smashed out of my gourd.
No, this is a very efficient way to smoke. Actually, I mean, 'cause, like I said, I filled up one time an hour, and then I feel like I smoked a half a joint, at least from that one hit.
Yeah, I believe it.
But it's not a half a joint's worth, So
I measure my medication, man. So I roll single papers, man. Then once I've had about 5 or 6 in an evening, man, that's it. I'm done. I'm happy.
I'm still learning. I'm still learning how to buy this stuff. You know, I'm still learning on a quarter, eighth. I don't know what's under an eighth, a gram or whatever, half a gram.
Yeah,
it's like, and how much is it supposed to look like when you get it? I don't know if I get ripped off or whatever. It could be. You know, it's like I don't have a scale to weigh this shit when I get home. You know, it's like, I know I can look at it and go, "Fuck, $45 for just this."
You get no idea.
You know.
Well, what I tell people that are, you know, passionate about smoking, you really enjoy it or it really helps you, find somebody if you can't get it at a dispensary, but you know, you shop around until you find that one perfect you know, connection that's, you know, cares about, you know, people he helps, and you know, you'll find somebody that is, you know, gonna hook you up properly. And I don't know. I guess I've been blessed.
All I know is the last guy I bought from, when he gave it to me, he said, "Sorry, man, I had to up it to 15 a gram," and I'm like, I don't know if that's good or bad. You know, obviously it's bad when he upped it from $10.
Let me tell you, when I moved down here to Florida 7 years ago, it was either Sticks and Stems, you know, Reggie, or you for you know, dirt cheap, or you could get this type stuff, you know, for 20 a gram. Okay, so that was just 7 years ago.
It used to be the price here, man.
And I fought with all these guys for a couple of years to get the price down to 10 a gram. So most people now pay 10 a gram here, or even less now. But I mean, everybody was 20 a G, you know, just 7 years ago. It was ridiculous for good stuff.
Well, this had stems in it. I mean, it had a good little bit of stems in it. Not much, I mean, but it did have like about four stems. So I'm sure that weighs a little bit, you know.
Oh yeah, it definitely does. But you know, I collect those, and then you can make a tea out of them. You'd probably crap if I showed you the bag of stems I have. It's, you know, I don't care. I'll show you.
You can smoke them too, man. They just taste like shit.
All right, here's one of them.
Oh,
here's one of them. That looks like a big bag of green, doesn't it? That's
yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of stems, you know, and there might be a little bit of green on there, but I mean, that's just one of them, you know. But I give them to somebody in the family that makes a tea out of them, you know, or makes
that's cool.
Tea or the butter.
Volkan says, how much you guys smoke a week? I average around an ounce a week. Well, I have about, yeah, right there you can see, and it's not the same. It's not the same. Well, I already chopped this stuff up. I put it through a grinder, but it's not. You know,
Volkan needs to get some better weed if he's smoking an ounce a week.
It's not very much.
Yeah,
and this will last me almost a month. Almost a month on that.
I get like between 6 and 8 weeks from an ounce. Man.
Wow.
That's how much
Boy, you must be too busy to smoke or something, or don't care to. I don't know. But I mean, I can go through a half ounce a week. I could definitely go through a half ounce.
Yeah, I smoke every day, man. But during the week, I'd probably be lucky to smoke a gram in a day for one day during the week, you know. And then on the weekend, I'd probably smoke like, I don't know, maybe two or three, maybe three. You know what I mean? It'll last me, man.
I'm just laughing at McGuinness. I'm sorry, McGuinn. I'm chopping his name up.
It depends, you know. You smoke more if it's.
Did
no
you read
coffee,
his
you'll
comment?
smoke more.
Did you read his comment? When someone pushed down my head, my lungs, and no problem at all. When I tried to do it myself, and I'm not exertating, I have been coughing for a half hour outside in the grass and all kinds of.
My tolerance isn't that high. I'm just
Yeah,
agreeing with
I'm with
Cammy and
about
Bob.
the same here.
The
If
more
I
you
was
smoke, the more
working
your
on it,
tolerance
sure.
becomes, man. Yeah.
It's not easy to hit one of these bucket bongs. I promise you. If I go without hitting one for a week, it's like starting all over again, and I've got to work my way because, I mean, it hits hard, very very hard, and if
It's
you
expensive. It's expensive here too, man. It's going up. You know, it's been the same price for a while, but we pay like we do pay more for like really top shelf weed, man. People are charged for like $3.20 a bag, man.
That's insane. Yeah.
I'm always afraid
maybe up to
that like some
maybe up
weed
to
will work
350,
better
man.
with my pain. You know, I could get some weed 1 month and it would work awesome with my pain, and then the weed I buy the next month, it makes my pain worse.
Yeah, well,
So
there's definitely different strains, you know, and that's the good thing about the dispensaries, because at least you can go in and find different strains that work for different things. But
right.
I like sativa, but like if I'm gonna, I like a hybrid. I like a hybrid. A sativa dominant hybrid. So I do like the a little bit of the indica, but I don't like to be lazy. I don't like to be like sleepy in the couch, and that's what indica.
Yeah.
In the couch.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
sativa is the one that gives you the up more, uplifting more, the head buzz, but when you get the right combination of the two, oh man, you can just feel just right, all over. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I've always.
Edibles, sorry, Mad. Edibles just got approved here, so that's a big part too. If you can, eat like I say, eat, vape, smoke. There's a good regimen. There's a good plan there somewhere that'll work for each person. It's a combination.
Yeah, I've never had pot edibles. Never tried them. I can't wait to try like a brownie or something.
Yeah. You can get
A friend of
stuff
mine
like,
he made chocolate, man, and like a
Oh,
bars
wow.
of chocolate.
This
Oh,
is
yeah, man.
And, like
this
You'd have,
like
you'd
how
have
much?
you'd have like one square of this chocolate, man, and you'd be ripped off your head for
THC.
the whole day.
See, it's got THC in it.
Yeah.
It's
Like one,
So how
one
many
little
cookies
square,
do
one
you
little
have?
square of this chocolate block, man, you'd be wasted. You.
10 milligram THC per cookie.
I don't even know what that means. So like, how many do you have to eat?
To fill it, to fill something. I
No,
think,
yeah,
yeah.
Well, you
It-
have to
yeah.
wait. You have to wait for your body to digest it, man. So you get about 20 minutes wait after you eat a biscuit, and then see how you feel. But yeah, if you probably had 2 or 3, you'd be smacked.
Yeah, you're a big guy, so you would probably have to eat that whole container, but there's only like 5-6 cookies or whatever. But you would feel good for the rest of the day.
Hours.
Yeah, and that's cheap, fairly cheap for those cookies. But But that's what I'm saying. If you can find the right combination, just like the doctors do with, all their crap, will take 2 of these and 2 of that, and this,
Yeah.
blah, blah. Okay,
Yeah.
well, it works the same way when you're, dealing with green, and just when you find that right combination that'll work for you, then you kind of just stick with that or try to, and then you'll be all right. And like I said, eating some, because it's totally different when you eat it. I've been eating green for the whole time I've been smoking for like 30 years or whatever. And I used to have a bad habit of just going, see, I just ate some, and I'll chew it up like it's salad, man. It's like it's another green to me, and it tastes good actually too. Now Reggie doesn't, but this stuff does.
Yeah.
So I'll feel that later, or whatever. Maybe not that little bit, but you know what I'm saying. I mean, So and then
it heals your body, man, and kills the pain. Yeah, it works.
and see what you could do too is like you can have a vape. You can have a vape, indica or hybrid. There, you can have your weed that's hybrid, or you can have one or the other. And then you can do like at night. You can do the indica to go help you sleep, and then during the day you can do a mixture or whatever works for you. Whatever you figure out. So definitely play with the sativa and indica thing first, and then after that you can change from, maybe a dab rig to vaping to edibles. But there's a combination, one way or another, that'll work for anything that ails you, I believe.
Yeah, when I was in high school, I've tried it a few times, but every time I tried it when in high school, I always freaked out because it literally felt like I had like a ball going through my blood vein, and it would go down through my heart, and then it would go through my whole body, go down my legs. Once it hit my feet, it would start all over. It felt like a big blood vessel, like this ball going through it, and it was freaking me out every time. Every time I tried it, and then I tried it again when I worked at Universal Studios in Orlando, Florida. I tried it there. A guy brought it to work, and it did the same damn thing. So I left it alone. It wasn't until after my kidney failure and I woke up to the Mandela effect, I started smoking weed for pain, and it was like, this shit's pretty good. It helps with the pain, and I was like, I'm not freaking out from it anymore. So whatever, something changed in me. That was one of the first things I noticed that I changed,
How long did you live in Orlando? Have we ever talked about that?
No, I lived in Orlando for about 2.5 years. Moved there when I was 18, and moved away when I was like 22. And I moved down there with my girlfriend, and we had a kid together. And it just we ended up. I was working at Universal Studios, and she was working as a cashier somewhere, and we just had enough fights that we just split apart. And she went back to Wisconsin, and I stayed in Florida, and I kept my son with me. And matter of fact, she didn't want nothing to do with him, so I had him, and then I ended up getting a girl in Florida pregnant, and then I had asked my ex to take my son for a few months until we could get a place of our own, because I was staying with a friend of mine who worked at Universal. And so it took me about, I'd say, 10 phone calls to try to talk my ex into taking my son just for a month or two. And she finally did, and so we met in Chicago, and gave my son to my ex, and then I called her. It wasn't even. It was maybe 3 weeks later. We ended up getting our own place, and I called her and I said, I can come get my son at this point, and she's like, I'm not giving him back, and I was like, oh really? I wonder why she had changed her mind. So what I did was I quit my job at Universal. I moved back to Wisconsin to fight for my son. I found out the reason that she changed her mind is because she started collecting this AFDC. It's called AFDC. And she was getting $500 a month for my son, plus food share and all that. So that was the only fucking reason she kept him. And so I came back to fight, and I didn't get custody of him. She ended up with custody. So it's I fucked up. I should have never let my son. I had him full rights and everything when I was down in Florida. I should have just stayed down there.
The order will help you too when in that situation. They would have helped you if you'd have kept him there. Yeah.
I didn't even think of reaching. I was young. I didn't think of reaching out, and I didn't know there was how I didn't know there was this kind of help out there at that time.
Well,
I don't know.
It might not have been for men because I had a lot of resistance, and then in the end couldn't get my daughter, and that was many years after what you're talking about, I'm sure. Yeah, they're not used to men stepping up.
See, when we split up and she went back to Wisconsin and I stayed, and even though I kept my son, we split everything we owned in half and had a big rummage sale and sold everything. And we split the money in half. So I had lost that place because I couldn't afford it by myself. So I actually had my son and I lived in a fucking motel room for a while. Managers. I was a lead person, but there was managers above me and supervisors that I worked with that babysat my son so I could work. How awesome is that? And I should have, everybody was telling me we can work it out. Just don't give him back to her. We can figure out. I was staying with a friend of mine, and I just felt like I was imposing. I had to find a babysitter for my son all the time, and I figured if my ex would just take him for a month or two, let me save the money that I'm spending on diapers and all that stuff. I figured that would be the way, and that way I wouldn't have to ask anybody for help. And I totally went the wrong way. I had that help there, but I wasn't accepting it. There was no shortage of help. Everybody at Universal loved me. I loved them, and that was the most awesome job I ever had.
I had
an
ex-girlfriend that worked there. I worked for the city of Orlando. So,
yeah.
And her mother worked for the city of Orlando, but she worked there at the where you worked. But that was much later, I'm sure, too. This was in the mid-90s.
Yeah, when I worked there, I started when I first moved to Florida. My very first job there was at a Quick Trip. I was a night manager, or not Quick Trip, Circle K. I'm sorry.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. makes sense. Yeah.
Yes, my very first job was at Circle K. I was a cashier, night manager. I worked third shift all by myself, and that was an awesome job too. I mean, it had its benefits.
I've done that.
And
I've done it. I worked for a bigger company than Circle K. It was Racetrack Petroleum, and they had have gas stations with like 20 plus pumps. And yeah, that I was manager for one of those. Made good money, and I worked 2 overnight shifts, and then I had I had 3 swing shifts. So I worked afternoon to night, and then the 2 overnights, and I had 2 days off, 2.5 days off, every week.
Yeah. When I was working at Circle K, I seen in the paper that they were hiring for Universal Studios, and Universal Studios they're getting ready to open their doors in 1990.
Okay.
So I started.
You were right before me then, if it was already 1990.
I was in the very first photo that Universal took outside of all their employees. I'm in that very first photo.
Wow.
And I think it's really cool to be a part of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I started working there in '89, and in 1990 they had grand opening, and I stayed there until I moved back to Wisconsin. But man, that job was so fucking awesome. I was working like 60, 70 hours because we were like crunch time. We had to open our doors by a certain time that they put out in the world we would be open by. And so we were putting in a lot of hours, and I was even going there on my days off. That's how neat that fucking place was. I loved it. I loved working there. They treated us right. They gave us I don't know how they do it now, but they would give us 6 complimentary tickets that we could do with whatever we wanted to. We could give them to friends, family, whatever. And like for Christmas, they give us a couple $100 bonus. That was big time back then,
I could get in there free, I think, because I was my work at the city of Orlando, and I'm hearing an echo, but I just think. But anyway, so yeah, I've been there many times, and I think I moved down there in '92 is when I moved to Orlando, and was there till like '95.
Oh, really? Wouldn't that be weird if we ran into each other?
What area did you live in Orlando?
Off of it was I want to say Orange Avenue.
No, Orange Blossom Trail.
Orange Blossom Trail, yeah.
Here, I lived in Rosemont off of Orange Blossom Trail. Yeah, Rosemont area. There was a drive-in theater. Do you remember a drive-in movie theater?
Yeah.
On Orange Blossom
Trail?
Huh?
Yeah. And a strip joint strip joints all the way up and down Orange Blossom Trail.
There was an actual drive-in theater. Cars would go and watch, park and watch the movie.
I do believe I remember. I never went to it, but I think I did.
I did, and so did my parents when they were teenagers and first dating.
Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Actually, I want to grab something. Whoops. Go ahead. You can talk. I'm just grabbing something.
I wonder if Matt is coming back. But anyway, yeah, I guess he is.
Yeah, I'm just eating, Matt. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead. Orlando. The reason I found myself living in Orlando is because my dad kind of demanded I come down there. He was mad at me because I had taking his Porsche, like taking control of his Porsche. I took it from my grandparents' house and kept it for a couple months, and he didn't know.
Wow.
And then, so yeah,
that was some risky business, Tommy.
yeah, my grandparents were. Yeah, that's neat. Yeah, wow.
That's Universal back in 1990.
I recognize it from being, seeing it in the 90s. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. I would need a magnifying glass to show you where I'm standing, because I'm like right over here. But yeah. Yeah, so I mean that was really awesome. And then I've got a photo in here of me and Michael J. Fox that was taken, and I made this is like the Universal Studios paper. They come out with a paper like once a month. It's an employee paper.
Wow.
Can you
Marty
see it?
McFly. Is that Marty McFly?
Yeah, we see him.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then they did it like a little write up here. I don't know if you can read it.
Yeah. Patrick Roberts of Park Services slipped up next to Michael J. Fox.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, so they come out with these, and it kind of tells a little bit about what's going on in the month, and what like here's Sylvester Stallone.
Wow.
And I had laminated all this stuff so it wouldn't get ruined in any way. But I've saved this shit for years. Personal photos I took of movie stars. A lot of these are movie stars from the 80s, like Craig T. Nelson. There's a lot more,
Yeah. I've met a lot of celebrities over the years in different jobs I've had and whatnot. So, yeah, it's pretty interesting when you meet these people, and you can tell which ones are real and which ones are fake. And, tell ones that are believers in God, pretty much too.
Right. And this, I don't know how many times I've probably told you guys about my Chicago Bears car I put together, and I live in the enemy territory, and they actually came out and did a news article on the car I put together, of the Chicago Bears.
Is that a Trans Am?
Yeah, I believe it was a
It's a Night Rider.
oh, what the hell, Firebird. It was a Firebird.
Yeah, it's a Night Rider.
Jeez, I haven't went through all these photos in such a long time. There's me at 14 years old.
Goodness.
Never been kissed. Looks like an angel.
Like a good church boy. Altar boy.
Oh yeah. The good old days, just by and this is all going away. This is all going away where you can take out your photos and and
Yeah,
go
man.
through.
Yeah,
Go through them and
it's already going away, man. Yeah, it's already
you
going
see
away.
all the memories, through the years. I tried to invent and get something patent, and we made the newspaper, our local newspaper, about two inventors. I was the inventor, and my friend Larry was my money guy to help me get the thing patent, and he passed away shortly after we started it in a car accident.
Oh,
And so that pretty much that
Or did he?
whole-
Or was it planned?
Oh, did he?
It sounds like a corporate
Yeah.
espionage or corporate whatever. Terrorism.
took the patent and ran with it.
Well, what was it? Now you got to
What
tell
was
us.
the invention, Patrick? Tell us.
You want to see a blueprint of it? It was called the Buggy Dome, and here's the blueprint for it. And I had Inventec out of Florida working on it, and it's you see that?
Yeah.
What it is it looks like a regular flyer wagon, but it's got, and you can see this stuff. I mean, it's come out, stuff like this has come out, but it's got bigger tread tires on it, and on the back here, there's like a motor, that runs the air conditioning unit on the inside, and the kids are sitting comfortably inside there, and it has a heating, also has a heating unit in it. So like if you're in the winter time, you could put your kids in it, turn the heater on, and the kids will be nice and toasty. And during the summertime, you could sell these to like amusement parks and keep your kids, babies or whatever inside it, and keep the cooling unit going.
That's not a bad idea. But,
Yeah, because
Yeah.
Yeah. Huh.
So I mean, there's like a off-brand type of things that this whole thing was. People have got different ideas. Not the whole thing has come together yet. I mean, I've not seen the whole thing out there yet anywhere, but portions of it kind
It
of
might be a liability thing.
What do you mean?
Meaning, I know certain insurance companies would look at that as a big liability.
Yeah.
If
Right.
hurt in it.
Because they did a press release on it, and also we were sending this stuff to like all the toy companies, but this is the press release. Press release, and then it talks about the Buggy Dome. I wonder if that's before.
What was it?
Yeah, that's before we even gave it an what?
What was it powered by? Some gas motor? I mean, what?
Battery. Like the ones that are the ones that the kids
Golf carts, something to use.
Yeah. Or like them little motorcycles and stuff.
How would that power an air conditioner or heating? I mean, what would What would power that? Certainly not.
It doesn't have to be a big air conditioner. It's only for 3 small children in it. So yeah.
I don't know. It's just my idea. It's not. I mean, I don't have the science behind it.
I just curious.
Yeah. No.
For a regular air conditioner, yeah, you need a bigger battery.
Yeah, you need a lot of power, for air conditioning.
Yeah, so I don't, like I said, we tried. I don't even know if it would have been possible. I don't know if it would have been possible. But this is.
I like that.
This is. I'm trying to think what year this was. I think it was 99. 98, 99.
Bolt Gun wants to know how heavy. How heavy you estimated it to be?
I don't know.
don't
We
know.
didn't. We never built it.
You had
It's just it's still just a concept.
Just a concept.
Yeah, it's just on paper as a concept. I never built it. We looked into things that we needed for it, like the plastic to have it molded, like the dome molded in the plastic sort of thing. We were starting to look into that. It was the very beginnings of it.
It probably sound like hotcakes now, mate. Everybody's so protective of their children.
It'd be great.
Yeah,
it'd be great on the beach too. See, on the beach.
What?
On the beach.
Oh yeah. Awesome on the beach.
Or for fishing, you could have fishermen could use it for hauling his fishing gear and stuff too, and his kids, whatever. That's
Here's
is you convert it to where it's you can use it for hauling stuff around the yard too or whatever.
Here's me at 15 years old. If the hat that I'm wearing,
It looks like Scott Baio. Are you sure that's not Scott Baio? Chachi.
Yeah, the hat that I'm wearing is an old Milwaukee hat. It's a beer hat, and I wore that. I wore that to play baseball in. Back in the day, they would never allow that today. To promote a beer, promote a beer. Maybe they would. I don't know.
Yeah. If they were a major sponsor, they would. Yeah.
Hey, good to see you too, Algo.
Yeah. And Crunchy Bee.
Man, I'm not gonna last much longer, guys. I gotta be up and be somewhere in like 6 hours. So,
Yeah. Listen, I got
You're almost at 4 hours now.
Yeah, I gotta be up in like 3 hours.
Holy crap!
But I'll keep going for a little bit longer.
Right.
I don't have to be up. Good Saturday tomorrow.
Yeah.
But if you're taking off, Tommy, I really appreciate you coming in tonight and letting us know what's going on with you. And I will definitely get over to DLive and look you up.
Yeah, and then I'll try to help you if you want to figure it out to get it set up on your StreamYard where you can go live on it.
Oh, and thank you very much for your donation, man.
Oh,
I appreciate that.
You're good, brother.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, get you.
Yeah, and you showed everybody that Cash App works.
Yeah. I trust it. So I mean, and if somebody got your phone and they got in it and sent some money, you could track it probably still at that point if they sent it to themselves or something. But yeah, I mean, it seems like a safe app and bank. But yeah,
I like it. You can get discounts through it, through the booster, right? And so you get a booster. You can choose your booster cards or whatever. You get a discount for that whole month on whatever. It could be Pizza Hut or whatever. You get 20% off, and they don't charge you per month for it.
Wow.
I've never been charged.
Yeah, I pay
what?
I pay $5 a month to my bank for like 12 years now.
Yeah, well, I've never been charged by Cash App, and when you do your transactions, I've never been charged anything. Just when you use the ATM, I think it's a couple bucks, but yeah, I like Cash App. They make it really easy.
Yeah, very easy. Very easy. You can get a card from them too. You know that?
Yeah, I got the card. Yeah. It's a black card, dude. All the cards are the same, aren't they? Oh, you don't have one?
I don't. I just use my daughter has one though.
I'm trying to get on the. I'll show you in a second. What the cards? Where the hell's my wallet? I was going to show you what the cards look like. But what they do is they have your. It's just a black card, and it's got your Cash App name on it. It's up in the corner, and then on the other side, it has all your information on it.
Yeah. And then they can like scan your card too, or something too.
Yeah, it has a chip in it.
No, but I think they can just scan your hash.
If you hold it up.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. That's right.
Yeah. But yeah, it's great to see everybody.
That would be cool. The way things work here, I am falling in for technology now. You know, it's like sit here and bitch the first 3 hours about technology. But this is what the card looks like.
Okay.
So what is it? I don't think
I've never had.
I don't think you can do that.
That's
I don't think you can do that.
I've never had a card with a chip in it yet, so I'm not.
All our cards have got chips in them, man. All of our cards.
I don't have a chip.
We have. You don't have tap and go in America, man. You got that shit.
What is it? I think.
Tap,
they
tap,
do,
go.
but I just see my particular bank has not given me.
And these are the PayPal ones.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. No.
Yeah, these are the first cards I've had that had chips in them too.
Yes. So yeah, all of our bank cards changed over, man. They all went to chips. I don't know, like 5 years ago or something. And
remember we thought that was going to be maybe the
mark.
The mark.
Yeah, that's a lot of people did think that.
That was a start. That was a training, man. They were training us.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want it back then, and I still don't want it, even though I know it's not the mark of the beast. But I just don't, I'm not interested.
I just try not to use my card, man. I just withdraw cash, pay for everything with cash.
My card does not have a chip in it. It has a strip in it that has, information that it reads, just the old style read card. Bolt gun. I've cut up a many of credit cards, so I know I don't have a chip in it, but but these newer ones definitely have chips.
Speaking of chips, I cut this one up. It's my first Cash App card, and I lost it, and I had to order another one, and I got the other one. So then when I found this one, I cut it up, and I purposely cut the chip out of it to see what's going on. And if you can see,
my phone has a chip though, bolt gun. So they're tracking me by that chip. And I hope you sleep good, Jennifer. Thank you for talking me into at least coming over here and going live. I mean, you talked me into going live.
Yeah,
I decided to come over here.
Yeah, thanks, Jennifer, and good night. But I don't know if you can see on here. There's like a little. You can see the wiring.
Oh wow!
Hey man.
Yeah, and right here, you can see the copper.
Yeah, connections and shit.
Might be gold.
And just think of the information that they got on that little fucking, just amazing. I dropped it on my keypad here.
So Bolt Gun is saying that there is a chip in even the old ones, in even the old cards that we didn't think had chips.
Oh, really?
We've got one in our passport. Our passport's got a chip in it.
See what this is something a truther would do, right? Is cut this fucking card up. I'm not crazy, right? I just want to know.
Yeah, I mean, you could shred it, you know, and then just throw it out, whatever.
Frozen again.
Are you talking about just to see what's in it? Yeah.
I'm buffering.
Yeah, buffering.
I must have said truther. That's why I'm buffering.
Yep. That's it. That was it. That's a trigger word.
That and marijuana.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, man, I'm gonna go ahead and pop off of here, guys, and get a few hours of sleep. And you should do that soon too. You're about 10 minutes from 4 hours. But all right, guys, much love, and I'll see you again soon, either here or on my channel.
Thanks, Tommy. Appreciate you stopping by. Love you, man.
All right.
God bless you.
Yeah. Thank you.
I like him. There's an awesome man right there. I do like him very much. He's a cool cat. He's got lots of great information, and he is what I would call a truther. Voynich is in the room. It's about time. It's about time he wakes up, right? Voynich has been sleeping through this whole broadcast, and now he wakes up.
He must have started cooking breakfast.
Yeah. Hey, I want to show you guys a photo of my grandpa. Tell me if he does not look like an Indian chief. My grandpa. I'm going to show you a photo of my grandpa, and tell me if he does not look like an Indian chief. You know?
I don't know.
And people would think that's me right there. That's actually my Uncle Mike.
That's your uncle?
Yeah, that's my Uncle Mike when he was a kid.
Oh, yeah.
It kind of looks like me a little bit. There. So that's my grandma and grandpa, and I think he looks like an Indian, but he's not. He is Irish, very, very Irish, and my grandma there is very, very Italian.
Yeah.
What a mixture, eh?
It's a good mixture.
Yeah. So, when did you jump in here? Did you see any of the videos I showed earlier?
No, not much, man. No.
You jumped in too late, eh? Well, then I can't talk to you about that.
Okay.
I guess that's all I gotta say about that.
That's all I gotta say about that.
That's Forrest Gump, guys. We say it at least once every night. Don't we? At least once every night.
What happened
That's all I
to your
gotta
legs?
say about that.
What happened to your legs, Sergeant Dan?
Run, Forrest, run!
Run, Forrest, run. I'm not a very smart man, but I can run like the wind.
Yeah. I don't like Tom Hanks anymore.
Nah.
But he did play a good role, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could care less for him now.
No. I'll let you go, man, if you're getting tired. It's nearly 4 hours, isn't it? So, yeah, it's a good effort.
Yeah. in 7 minutes we will have 4 hours in, so that's what I was kind of waiting for. Why do I look like I'm getting red in the eyes?
Nah, no more than usual, man.
Thanks. Thanks, man. Oh shit. Yeah, so I guess unless
You can't even see my eyes. Look.
what?
I can't even see my eyes. I have to do that.
Oh shit, I can't go until I show you guys the fucking video I was going to show you earlier. So we're going to have to go out with that video because I've got to show you guys that it's got a lot of great information in it, and it's got to be shown. Let me find it again. That bird's got to get it. Is it him or her? The bird's got to get his 2 cents in every time. Where did you go, Mad Pie Man?
Yeah, birds are tweeting, man. It's all good.
I'm talking to you, and then all of a sudden you disappeared.
I'm silly.
Okay.
Silly.
I am gonna have to go into my history. Okay, there. Got it. Oh, we got Noblest D coming in. Hold on a second. Let me bring you up.
What up?
Hey, what's going on?
Not too much.
What's going on, Noble?
I didn't get on before Tommy was gone, but shit happens.
Yeah, did you want to ask him or something? Or
Is graduation today?
Not necessarily. No, I'm just going to bring up some mainstream topics in a way, but not much. Just a little thing that I was thinking.
He's probably still in chat.
Yeah, he can hear. Anyway, you can mention it to him another time. I know you guys have done pretty good. Actually, I only listened to a little bit here so far because I woke up. But I heard your buggy. That's cool. Your
oh yeah,
I forget what you call it. Your something buggy.
Yeah, the Buggy Dome.
Buggy Dome. Yeah. That reminds me. I thought of $1 billion idea once.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I should get. Well, if someone wins the lotto, we can get a bunch of Mandela people together and make it and do it.
Yeah,
it's more or less a company thing. So it'd be called Real Gaming. So realgaming.com, but it's real, meaning you control things remotely. Like you could do ships, and you'd have to have a graduated thing for the flying machine. So basically you have battles, but it's real video, real machines, real freaking remote control shit.
That would be kind of cool.
It would be. And you could even have it as simple as a pinball machine, like vintage pinball machines, and you have a video camera on it, but you control it from anywhere in the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's real, and anybody can watch any camera and whatever. You could have a socialist network, like where you build up points or whatever, And once you get so far, you can actually end up flying, I don't know, drones or helicopters or whatever. Have races, a lot of races, right? Anyway.
So how would you do that? How would you do the race thing, for instance?
You have to make it simple enough, and the internet's fast enough that you could pull it off now. But say, like with cars or trucks, but cars, right? You have racing, like remote control racing. And you have cameras on the cars, and you could even get into building a car. So people invest money into it, and we build it for you.
Right.
And you
So
race it, right?
you would actually have real drivers, right?
Real people on the internet. No, remote control toys.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you meant like real life, bring everything to real life.
Well, that would be really expensive.
Yeah.
No, remote control cars. So you'd have to have quite a few people on set, right? Like, to, you know, when people run off the road and stuff, you got to get their car back on. But you set it up at a rate of speed and stuff so that it's manageable, right? And you don't run off the road so easily. You don't flip over so easily and stuff like that, right? But you'd need skilled people. But man, there's some skilled people on the internet now, right? And depending on what level you're at is to what you're allowed to do. And there's other places around the world, like in the Middle East, they put big money into remote controls and stuff. Like people sink money into it. So, and you could have it set up so, you know, you can play for free, but it's only like 1-2 people per race and something. So you're sort of in a draw or in a lineup to play for free, right? Or to race for free or whatever. But even something as simple as having a room full of vintage pinball machines. Like, that's cool. You know, I can play a pinball machine. Like, you know, instead of throwing in a quarter, you're pushing a button and it costs you a quarter or 50 cents or something. You'd make money. Like, that's easy money right there. Anyway, that's you could turn it into literally a $1 billion company, and you could run it from anywhere in the world as long as you got good internet running.
Right.
But it's an investment, right? It would take a lot to get something off the ground. You'd start small and grow it. But anyway, some of the sort of political related shit going on. I know you guys done pretty good not getting into it, but you know, it's a thing right now.
I don't even know. I don't really watch the news or anything, so I don't really, unless somebody tells me along the way, I don't really know what's going on anymore.
Here's something interesting to look out for, the slight possibility for. Of course, like just yesterday or today or whatever, Texas started the lawsuit, and a bunch of other states now to sue the states that have a bunch of fuckery going on with the election, right?
Yeah,
that's a big deal. That's a really big deal, actually. And who knows if it'll fly or not, or what will happen. But that's interesting. Like, that's a big deal. Interesting. It's not just Trump and his team. It's some other, you know, a whole state suing another state. Like, that's instantly Supreme Court status.
Right.
But that aside, some rumors and things that are going on is Trump switched up the head of operations for the Department of Defense not that long ago and put in this guy named Miller. Since then, that guy switched around 4 other guys, and this is all happening in this period of time or just before it.
Yeah.
And also, it just so happens that I thought of it, just so happens that they're going to have the military spread across the country. What are they calling it? Dispersing or transporting or
you know, I'm hearing
this
a lot
virus.
I'm hearing a lot that you're not the only one, but I've heard from 3 different resources now that Chinese troops are coming in through Canada, and they're getting stationed in their positions. So are they going to be rolled out for to be hosted as UN troops, or what's going on with that?
No, I never heard anything about that. But if that's the case, it's not for Trump's side. I'll tell you that much. Because that would probably be the opposite side of what's going on. But I wouldn't think, I mean, I don't know. They could never get enough people in if it was to counter the American military. No, by the looks of it, the American military is on Trump's side, at least the people in charge.
Right.
So he has a military like the Department of Defense. He does not have the CIA or the FBI on his side, right? But of course, obviously, the military is a little more powerful. But typically, they're not spread out and active across the country. But if they're distributing a vaccine, well, they just happen to well be, won't they? And that just happens to be happening at the same time too. So, in other words, there's the slightest possibility that shit might hit the fan, and they're just going to be like, no, we're not handing over the presidency right now like this, and that's the way it is. And that might happen yet.
I like how there's 2 presidents at the moment, man. It's pretty interesting.
There's a civil war coming. There's definitely a civil war coming.
Well, the thing is, how are you going to who's going to fight them? For one, it's the military. For two, the only people or group that is even capable of giving them a half of a little go would be the right, are the ones that are armed. And the left isn't really that armed, man. So it's not civil war. It'd still be a, what is it, the comitatus thing or whatever it's called?
Comitat. Yeah, comitat.
Yeah, it would be that involved in it. That hasn't happened in a long time.
Right.
But the problem with Trump is that he's rolling out the vaccines with warp speed and the military. So that's my problem that I've got with Trump.
Oh, I'm not saying he's the good. There's no good side. That's not the way it works. I don't think there's a good side. It's just a different bad side.
Right.
It's just a different. It's just a different arm of or tentacle of the same head. But that head's really big, and the tentacles fight for power. And right now, it's who's going to control America in the near future, right? Is it going to be?
It won't be either of them in the end. In the end, it won't be either. It won't be any of them. You know.
Well, it might be wiped out. It wasn't exactly that active in 1984.
I think it'll be the United Nations, man. The United Nations are going to take over. That's what's going to happen.
Well, that's probably what Trump's crew is trying to prevent. Which is who? Basically, I see it as likely the Zionists, because that's who seemed to support him from the very beginning. Breitbart, Milo came out. It all goes back to the London Zionists, who are not necessarily hooked at the hip to the United Nations and Central Europe, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying that's the end game, man. You know, the agenda is going to run.
I personally don't even really worry about this stuff because my Christ, I have a God, I have a Christ, and I know that those who believe will be taken care of through all this bullshit.
Yeah.
So I don't even, if we can't put our energy into that. Otherwise, we're just feeding the beast, I think.
Yeah, I just know that it's all connected to sustainable development and climate change and the war on terror and cashless society. And
I used to get into politics.
The whole world's a shit show. Anything that runs under the legal system, a corporate system, a money system, or the medical system is completely a part of Satan's world. There's no one working for God under any of that. I have no doubt about that.
Yeah,
but the thing is that they're not all this. It's not just some big get-along network. It's a big dog-eat-dog world of evil. That's what people don't understand, right? And what happens, who controls what?
I don't know if it's all just a show, man, because they all serve the same masters, man.
Yes, but who's under the masters fight for position. That's how it works. It's not a get-along gang.
I think it's WWE, man. That's what I think it is. It's just entertainment to keep us distracted, so we don't see what's really coming, man. People will be focusing on politics and left versus right and Trump versus Biden.
That's part of it, sure. Yeah, and there's aspects of it they don't rat each other out on all the time. There's all kinds of stuff that's sort of like, evil doesn't rat evil out to us because we're all being played. But we're not all being played to the same tune. They want to play their tune. Someone else wants to play their tune. But they all bow down to the same masters above them or master above them. It's not so simple. There's different gods and different factions and different tentacles that fight for positions of who's going to be controlling what when there is more of a greater world order or world orders. I don't think there'll ever be a one world order. That's not really the point, because you can't have a war if there is. There'll be two world orders, just like in 1984 you had Oceania and Eurasia, right?
Yeah, you're right.
They'll always have a split. Well, who's going to control what split, right? Well, they're fighting for positions
this
right
may
now.
be the split right now. This may be the split right now.
They have to maintain.
You have your left wing and you have your right wing.
They have to maintain.
You're either on one side or the other.
I think they have to maintain the appearance of a duality, because you have to have opposites, to keep the people entertained and to keep them fighting each other, because
right. Right. Well, everybody needs
always
to
a good
come.
dustbin.
Everybody needs to forget about the left-right
Yeah.
shit show, and come together and be one that way. You know, get away from the shit show. The left and right is all bullshit. It's all evil. It's all fake.
Yeah.
Well,
much
it's not
everything is.
really. It's real. It's not really fake. It's just not. There's just not a good side. That's the problem. Is that people get emotionally involved because they think one side's good and one side's bad. That's
no
not the
good
case.
side.
Both sides are bad. They always were and they always will be. Right. That's
Yeah.
where you get emotionally attached and
Well,
you go down with the show. Right.
I think as far as their fakeness is in their personality. You know, being fake. They're not what they seem to be.
Yeah, well, there's a lot more going on. There's a lot of lies behind the lies and behind any little bit of truth that may be. Sure. Oh, yeah, it's all lie at the grander scale. And you're right. I mean, overall, right now, it is distraction from something as great as the Mandela effect. No doubt. Right? For sure. But I'm just saying, of all the crap that's going on, keep in mind that something might go sideways here in the near future with this. And you're going to see something that something to the degree America has not seen in hundreds of years.
Yeah, I'm almost
something greater than World War II as far as America is concerned. You know,
I agree with you. I totally agree.
Yeah, but it wouldn't necessarily come to that, even if they do have it up their sleeve. It may depend on how this current Texas lawsuit thing goes, which is not just Texas; it's a few others. Yeah, I mean, I haven't been putting too much time into it. I've been keeping an eye on it a little bit.
You know how they
normal
all
channels. I watch this. There's the one YouTube I'll keep updated on. That's the a law firm.
You know how they always tell us what they're gonna do before they do it, and you know Trump said there's gonna be a great storm. You know, and and it's here right now. I think this is the great storm he was talking about, and then I'm waiting right now for the commercial that the Queen and her beloved grandson did. I believe it was Prince William, who at the end of the commercial did a big boom. You know, so I'm waiting for what's going to happen there. You know,
I'll tell you something.
Did
else
you
that
guys see
happened.
that commercial?
No.
Nah.
Don't know what you mean. The Queen and her son.
Has anybody in chat seen that commercial? Yeah, it's the Queen. I don't remember what they were talking about. They were sitting on the couch, and then the commercial was about done, and Prince William or whatever, he kind of leaned back and he went, "Hmm." And then you see him again posing with the President of the United States, and in the background, somebody else did a, you know, so it was like in two different commercials. So I don't know what they meant by that. It was about 4 or 5 years ago.
There was the address
maybe
that the Queen gave that turned into a Mandela effect. Do you remember that? I don't know if you were around for it.
A what?
Stasha Erickson covered it. And she's right, because I seen it, and it was a big topic on the internet. The Queen said that it would be the last Christmas. And everyone's like, what the fuck's that mean? The last Christmas.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then it was within 3 or 4 months later, it was gone. She actually never said it. It was only rumor that she said it. Well, like, that's not true, because I seen her say it, and so did Stasha and her mom. Like, we watched her say it. We looked into it, and there she said it. But then the story was just a rumor, and maybe she said it, but it got overwritten before it got released, and that's not true. No, she actually said it, and it was viewable, you know. So it turned into a Mandela effect. They sort of undid it, maybe, or it got undone. Oh, it was weird. Yeah, because he was like, "What the hell do you mean the last Christmas? That sounds sketchy."
Yeah, I like Splitting Image on YouTube. Splitting Image. Oh, Spitting Image. Okay.
I don't have an image up.
Yeah, I've never seen it either. Spitting image. True is the first. Oh, truth is the first casualty of war, and truth died way long ago. Yeah, I agree. So I think we're gonna get ready and head out. I was gonna show this video, but now I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna show it or not. I will probably show it tomorrow. I know it's probably gonna. It's not a good. I don't know. I don't want another strike on me.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't bother. You heard about the YouTube taking all the channels and shit down about that say voter fraud and shit, right?
Yeah. Oh no, I didn't hear that. No.
Oh, you didn't know that? It's right out on their official site or their blog. Yeah, they've already taken down 8,000 channels, at least. That was a day or so ago.
Holy
yeah,
shit.
since December 8th. Anybody who any video that's posted after that, then or thereafter, that claims widespread voter fraud affected the outcome of the election is going to be taken down. And when they did that, they just killed 8,000 channels. Like there's a whole new exodus, a whole nother round of people leaving YouTube again. Like there's a lot of pissed off people, clearly, So, and that at the same time, Trump came through and said that the bit in the NAA, what is it, the National Defense Authorization Act, NDAA. There's a section in the current writing of the NDAA that excuses the big social media companies from being sued because they're supposed to be an open platform. But of course, they started policing, what people are saying, allowed and not allowed to say more. And so this happened at the same time that YouTube came out and killed like 8,000 channels and said that they're going to delete anything that says that the election was a fraud or whatever, Yeah.
Well, the NDAA, I'll explain to anybody that doesn't know what the NDAA is it's the National Defense Authorization Act, that they can arrest any citizen.
That was Obama, wasn't it? Didn't Obama bring that in?
Yeah, I heard it was Obama, but I heard it was brought in even before Obama, and Obama just re-signed it. But that wasn't the time.
Yeah. It was midnight on News. Midnight on News.
Yeah, exactly. That's when Obama signed it. Yeah. So, what was I saying about it? Oh, yeah, where they can arrest you without a trial. They don't need to give you an attorney. They can hold you as long as they want. They can even assassinate you.
Yeah.
So yeah,
they you a terrorist. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, and that's getting to be so easy to do nowadays. Anybody that fights back against the system is considered a terrorist.
Far right extremist. That's the terminology they use now.
Which is odd that the social media law was put in as a part of that. I guess because it needed an executive order to sign off on it. But that was added after the fact, quite a few years after the fact, that it was Facebook and Google that got in on that. Yeah. So there's only a couple of main companies that got signed off on that. And it was under the idea that they were supposed to be an open platform for the people. So they're not responsible for the crap that's on it, right? And that was like, well, that's fair. And they signed it through, and then they started policing it. It's like, what the hell? It's either one way or the other, right? It's the way it's supposed to be. So, yeah, this is coming to a head that YouTube pulled this, which really, I mean, now even people that were sort of, let's say a little bit more left or not necessarily a fan of Trump, and then they see this, well, they know that, like, well, if Biden comes in, he ain't going to do shit about it. He's probably only going to help it, right? So there's a lot of things happening that's really spiking the situation at the moment, bringing things towards a head, right? More and more. And it'll be interesting to see what happens in the next couple of days when the, what is it, the House votes or whatever to accept the election results, and if that don't completely fly at that time, it can get stretched into January or something.
We're definitely need to fly the flag this way because we're definitely in trouble.
Upside down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Inauguration's on the 20th of January, man.
We are definitely
It'll last till then, I reckon.
We're definitely in distress. That's what the upside down American flag means, is that we are in distress.
Yeah, it'll come down to the vote from the Electoral College. That's prior to the inauguration.
I'll tell you something that happened.
This is my 9/11 flag, by the way.
Yeah.
This is the flag I was flying on 9/11.
Oh, right. Okay.
Out in the streets.
Yeah.
And I have all the magazines.
I had some newspaper there.
That came out. I went to the store and bought all these that came out right after, like within days.
Wow. Yeah.
Within days, and look at, they're still in mint condition, and these are over 20 years already.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Just about 20 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe, man. Time flies. Damn.
Yeah, 20 years next year. Yeah.
It's unfucking believable how many people are adults now who were not even alive for 9/11. Like, what?
Yeah.
And of course, if you weren't at least like, 9, 10, 11, 12, you don't know anything about it. So, or, at the time.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe, man.
I've kept it for 20 years wrapped up in the bag I bought the magazines in. And then I wrap them up and I put them inside, like an envelope, and then I put them inside another thing to take.
You've done well in preserving it, man. That's good.
Yeah, because this is history. I mean, obviously it's history.
It's history, man.
And I was alive.
It was the day that the world changed, man. You were paying attention, so you were on the ball, mate. You knew something was wrong.
Yeah, I was alive during this big supposedly attack.
Then you died sometime around 2012, right?
In 2016, I think.
Yeah, I'm kidding.
Yeah,
something that happened that points at sort of the greater puppet show of the whole situation is Trump's previous election coordinator or campaign manager, I think they call him. He was let go. Well, one of the big things that him and a bunch of people were working on before he got let go was they knew essentially that the election was going to be really messed with, right? And they had planned to have lawyers in and other observers legally signed off ahead of time to be in to stop them or catch it in the act at the time. Well, he got let go and they never went through with it. It's like, well, why didn't they go through with it? He doesn't know. There's an interview of him talking about it. It's like, well, that's fishy as hell. So they let it happen. They thought, oh, it's not that important. There won't really be cheating. Of course they knew there would be cheating. They knew from the beginning that it was going to be bad this time. And they never went through trying to cover that, at least somewhat cover it somehow. And so that's like, the greater picture, like, so they let it happen then. Why the hell would they do that? Right. That's really fishy.
What's interesting to me is that Trump's main lawyer is Rudolph Giuliani, and he was the man that was completely behind everything that happened 9/11. He was the man.
Yeah. Well, no, there's a fucking crook. I would not trust that guy. Oh my God.
I wouldn't trust him at all. No, I don't know how. It's always been in question how much he knew. He's the guy who was on camera who said that they pulled it, right?
Yeah.
So was he supposed to say that, or what?
No, that Epstein or no, he wasn't the one that said pull
it.
Silverstein
was the one. Larry Silverstein.
Yeah, Larry Silverstein.
Really? Giuliani wasn't on film saying that? They got moved and they said they were going to pull it?
He was caught out actually when he was in transit after I think the first plane had struck, and he was moved out of the South Tower
Billy.
Or was
Well,
it? Or
there's
was
a
it,
lot
or
of
was it building,
controversy
no,
with him
building
and
7?
Building
I
7.
think he was in. I think he was in building 7.
Right. They got
Building
moved from
7.
there.
And
Yeah.
he was
Yeah.
advised to move. And when he was moving with his entourage,
Yeah. Yeah.
he stuffed up, mate. He said something he wasn't meant to say. I can't remember
Yeah.
what it was. I just lost
Yeah,
it.
he was busted doing something, and the guy, he knew a lot more than.
No,
what-
that's right. I think he said building 7's going to come down or something. He said something like that.
He knew it. They knew ahead of time, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
maybe he didn't say pull it, but they knew ahead of time, right?
Yeah.
Which I knew. I mean, I watched it that day. On that day,
Yeah.
I watched them say that they were going to bring it down. That was a
Well,
turn.
he had the fireman, right?
And I was wondering, even at the time, I'm wondering, what are they going to do? They're going to bring it down like demo style, or are they going to get a big?
There's no way they can set it up that fast.
Well, I never knew that at the time, right?
Right.
I never thought like that. I just thought, are they going to go in and set it up and bring it down demo style? Or
Right, right.
What do you call the big swinging ball? The for construction.
The wrecking
Yeah,
ball.
or are they going to use big wrecking balls? I was literally thinking this that day. Like, I'm like, how are they going to do this, right? And then, I can't believe that they denied that. They said they were going to bring it down. Like, that's crazy. I heard them say it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't that smart at the time. I didn't realize that it took so much effort to set up a demo.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely knew that stuff because I was into that kind of stuff. I mean, we didn't work with explosives or anything, but I tore down silos, and we did talk about things like that. So I was like, there's no way they can have it ready. Plus, I watched movies like how demolitions go and stuff, specials or whatever. So, but yeah, I was like, I knew that day when we watched it come down, I knew all them buildings, there was something wrong, but I just couldn't figure out what the fuck was going on.
Even just the towers, man. Like the first one come down,
Yeah.
it went straight down, right?
Yeah. They should have never fell.
I'm like, that's weird. How come the building fell straight down? And then it happened again. The other building did the same thing. It's like, what are the odds? What are the odds? They both went straight down.
Well, at the time, I definitely thought, what are the odds that this was successful enough actually to bring the buildings down? I was like, there's some good luck for, the jihadists or whatever. Like, wow, they got lucky twice, because that was probably not a guaranteed thing, right?
Yeah.
I think I remember seeing the second tower fall, man, and I was just like,
And to believe the initial story, I was crazy to believe that story. But I did. I believed it.
I believed it too until I seen otherwise. Like Loose Change came out, I seen that, and I was like, "Holy cow!" I finally seen it for what it was.
I just always knew something in the back of my head that there was just something wrong with it. But
I mean, if you didn't have, if you had less, you'd had to have had less than one working brain cell to understand that no plane hit the Pentagon. And no plane crashed in Shanksville. You know what I mean?
Once you see the evidence,
I knew that straight off, man.
Did you?
Those, man, I knew straight away that no planes crashed there. That was obvious to me. I knew
so you were suspicious from the very start. You're saying,
but not so much about the towers, man. It took me a while to get my head around the towers because
what's
so real, man. You know what I mean? It was like
the one thing that struck me is
Pennsylvania was the biggest one for me.
Which one?
The plane that was supposed to land, crash in Pennsylvania. That one looked totally fucked up to me because there was no plane parts. No,
that's right.
They didn't even look like barely a hole in the ground.
I figured they shot it down. Actually, I pretty much knew they shot it down because they had come on TV and announced anything left in the air after a certain time is going to be blown out of the sky. And then 25 minutes after that time, the news came on and said, "Oh, a plane just crashed in Pennsylvania." I'm like, "Oh my God, they blew it out of the fucking sky!" Right? That's the first thing I thought.
Voynich says my first reaction was, "It looks like a movie to me." It did look like a movie.
That's what I thought about the towers coming down. I thought I was watching a movie. When I first saw a plane fly through the building and explode, I was like, "Is this a movie?
Yeah.
What movie is this?" Yeah.
I know. That's exactly when I turned the TV on. It was at that point.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck? It's
And
9 o'clock in the morning.
We were right. It was a movie.
Yeah.
I put the odd circumstance of the way it came down, as far as going straight down and shattering into so many little pieces. Essentially, I contributed that to the massive scale of the building, and I was like, wow, that's what happens when something that heavy falls in on itself, right?
I knew that was impossible, man. I knew that if they were gonna fall, they would have fallen from the top, and they would have leaned over. You know what I mean? Before they fell.
Knowing the construction now, I would agree. If it had been built like we see most typical smaller buildings built, it wouldn't necessarily be impossible. But it wasn't. It was built more like a flagpole. It swayed in the wind. Like it had big giant beams up and down. Like that was the main part of it. I didn't know that at the time. I was thinking more like the typical popsicle stick style. You get box on top and boxes, and it isn't like that. And if it was, then maybe it could just start to, its own weight just disintegrate itself. And
it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, man.
Well, to the extent that it did, yeah, it was pretty ridiculous.
And two buildings side by side, twin towers. They both fell exactly the same way. They both got hit by planes up near the top of the building. The chances of them both falling on the same day, exactly the same way, straight down, without leaning, or you know what I mean? It's impossible.
And the reality I'm from, none of the other buildings got destroyed on that day except for Building 7.
Yeah, well,
all the other buildings around the Twin Towers had minimal damage.
Yeah, no, they weren't talked. No, they weren't talked about there. They definitely were damaged. Yeah.
Yeah, they had minimal damage, but now they were all destroyed on 9/11.
Yeah, no. Once I started looking into it, I did find that, man. But when you first watched the news reports, they showed you for 2 weeks straight. They never talked about the other buildings, but they were damaged, man. Yeah.
I'm wondering how much of it was the conspiracy videos sort of hinted towards that there wasn't much damage, because you're right, that was sort of talked towards. So I don't know how much I have the conspiracy videos and how much of it's from legitimate.
I had the magazines that I was reading that was telling me and showing graphics of the buildings. Yep. And how much damage was done to each one. So I remember, I'm saying it's probably a Mandela effect, obviously, because I do remember not many buildings, although they had minimal damage, they were not completely destroyed.
That was my thought. That is what I thought too, that there was minimal damage to the other buildings. Like, I think there was a couple big gashes out of one from a piece going sideways into it. That was my thought too. But I just don't know enough to say if it's a Mandela effect or not.
Yeah, I really didn't.
I'm saying it is because I read through all that information, and no footage at all from the Pentagon, and suspiciously, no one happened to be in the area where a commercial airplane flies into the buildings, but of course the ME changed that. The Mandela effect changed it.
That's the Pentagon one, right? They're talking about.
Yeah.
That's a fucking weird one. That's weird. That's certainly.
And it's weird that nobody got it. How many people had cameras on them, and nobody got any kind of footage or recording of the planes hitting the Twin Towers except for the news stations.
They ran around collecting them up. The Secret Service ran around to all the gas stations in the region and everything, taking their footage. And it was a day and age, there was limited cameras, right? Except on the Pentagon, they were loaded and they never ever did release crap. But
now the Pentagon, they confiscated surveillance camera footage from the gas station.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah,
from everywhere.
Mm-hmm. They released at the time three shots. Three.
Oh, that was from the car park.
Yeah.
3 frames.
You remember the image with the cars on the road where the plane apparently went by just before it hit the building, and it had the lights, or the telephone pole lights, come down on the road, and one of them was through the windshield of a car, the cab. Yeah. Do you know what's ridiculous about that shot? If you go back and, well, assuming there's no Mandela involved, if you go back and look at it, the telephone poles, for one, they're not bent. For two, where they're disconnected from the ground, it's just like it wasn't bolted on. There's no bending to the metal.
It's staged, man. Yeah.
Well, it's like if the plane broke it off, you think you would see where the wing hit. For one, there's no spot where it's even bent. And for two, at the bottom, if it managed to snap the bolts, it would at least bend the spot where the bolt was attached or something. No, it's perfect. It's like they were never actually mounted, right? And no one has ever brought that up that I've ever seen on a video. And I'm just looking at it like, what the fuck is that? It's ridiculous.
That cab driver, man, was interviewed.
That was so staged, eh?
Without his knowledge, man, and he more or less said that I didn't know what was going on. I just went along. I just did what I was told. You know what I mean?
The after fact, right?
Yeah, he outed himself because he didn't know he was being recorded, man.
Yeah, he half covered himself or half confessed to whatever.
Yeah.
You know, I'm screwed.
And and the funny part was, you know, when they okay, the buildings are destroyed, they're demolished, they're turned to dust, but yet passports, you know, half burned up passports.
Fly through the air.
Fly
through the air.
And it's like how
a couple of blocks away, unsinged.
It came outside of the pocket.
You start to wake up out of your coma at that time.
Yeah, that is absurd. I mean, that's unbelievably absurd.
Yeah.
Of course, with cognitive dissonance and y'all, you're just like, oh my goodness, that's so lucky that it must have blew out at that time if the explosion happened, right? But it is fucking absurd. I mean, obviously.
But there was a lot of paper, man. Remember, you know, when before the towers came down, like after the aircraft strikes, there was papers flying down from the top of the towers, you know, over the road, going everywhere.
Yeah.
You know.
That's how they could get that passport to go through.
That's right.
You know, for the people to believe the passport thing, they had to see that paper coming down. You know, that's all part of their
the game, man. Yeah, part of the plan.
Trickery.
Yep.
During the time, the part that hit me bad, and a lot of people, even politicians and whatnot, you know, across the board, was when the announcement was made that they're going into Iraq. And that's when I got a bad feeling in my gut. I'm like, because a lot of people knew, like, that's fucking weird, dude. Like, you're entering Iraq. Like, what did they do? Because it was nothing about Iraq. It was about Afghanistan, and you know,
well, there was nothing to bomb there.
Yeah, that definitely triggered something in me, man. I remember that.
We had nothing to kill in Afghanistan. There's nothing but caves and rocks and. That's why
it was like they were going after Saddam Hussein, man, and he had nothing to do with it, you know.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah, they were saying he supported shit and blah blah blah, but even still, it was when that announcement was made. That's when I was like, that hit me weird. I'm like, this is feeling weird.
Yeah, because it was like, you know, from the time that 9/11 happened, it was announced that it was Bin Laden was behind it, and all you heard was Bin Laden, Bin Laden, Bin Laden, Bin Laden, Bin Laden for like 2 years. And then I was like, we're going to Iraq. We're getting Saddam Hussein. It's like, why?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Get Bin Laden.
Yeah. So what do you guys think, before we head out, what do you guys think about the release of information that they're starting to put out about aliens? What do you guys think is going on there?
Is there something new that happened in the last few months or year? I know they did a news thing here and there a couple of times, but that was a few ago.
It's been in the news. It's been in the news the last couple of days, man.
I never caught any of it.
They said Trump knows all about the aliens and has been working with the aliens and
with a secret base on Mars.
And they shouldn't be releasing that information because humanity's not ready for them yet.
We're not ready.
Where's this coming from? What's the source?
I don't know. I don't know.
Or who's covering what news?
It's a, you know where it's coming from, man. It's coming from an ex-Israeli general, scientific military.
Well, it's
general.
all over the news stations. I mean, you pick your news station. It's everywhere.
Is it?
No, that's what I'm saying. The source.
And they're also
The source
comedy
was
shows.
an ex-general or something.
I'm sure
Israeli.
comedy. I'm sure the late night shows are getting I don't know, but I would guess the late night shows would be getting a jab at this because it's Trump, aliens, I'm
It's
sure.
an
Israeli
military scientist, man. He's the it's like space.
Yeah, rationally.
Come out with it.
Welcome, rationally, and rationally is right. They throw everything at the wall and see what sticks.
Or at the very least to cause distraction in the mix, like more of it. And at this point, that's what I would guess that this is fairly limited circumstance on the alien bit, just to add a little more distraction in. Who knows? I mean, it might amount to a circumstance or a situation, but at this point, I would just guess that. It's funny because it was also an ex-general, but of the American military in Alaska, that said that the plane crash that happened, the military plane crash that happened in Egypt, the American guys that died in that didn't die in Egypt. They died in Frankfurt going after the CIA base that was hosting the servers. This is what an American ex-military general is claiming. And the military is claiming that isn't the case, of course. And it's probably bullshit, honestly, but there's like every news agency was writing like debunking it sort of thing, right? Like that's not true.
Yeah.
Who knows? Because that's some of the servers were going back to Frankfurt, right? The data of the election was going back there. So he's saying that they died. It would be Secret Service actually involved, or not Secret Service. I'm sorry, Special Forces unit that apparently went in.
Yeah, it sounds like a Q news story, man.
No doubt. But it was a military general, but a retired military general
Yeah, it's the same.
that announced it.
It's the same one with the alien news story, but he's a retired Israeli
Right.
general.
I will have to see what was said about that. It's interesting enough to take a look at.
But yeah, like it could be setting us up, man, for a fake alien invasion. Who knows, man?
Yeah, you never know. Maybe too many people are waking up to the fake V, or there's not going to be enough people that are going to fall for their shot bullshit. So maybe that's the next thing they're trying to roll out is this alien. The aliens are going to come save us, or the aliens are here to take over.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, they're the big enemy or the big savior, one or the other.
Yeah.
Or there's two sides of them. You'll wait and see that be the effing case, and really it's the two sides battling, and they all have their own UFOs. We get ancient Nazis on one side, and who knows whatever else on the other.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing with the whole fake news and whatever, sort of this truther, this certain little limited files of the truth or information has come out and gone pretty much mainstream now, right? Throughout sort of the right side. But that's just it. But it's been labeled that it's the Democrats, right? And I'm explaining to people, I'm like, it's all bullshit. Both sides are liars. You can't, there's not a good and bad side here. But so that's unfortunate that it's been set up in that manner,
Not enough people are waking up to that. They're so stuck in that left-right, paradigm.
Yeah, and we can blame Trump for that. I mean, or blame politics for that. It's been set up.
It is a sad situation, though, man. That there are so many.
We can blame ourselves for that too.
Yeah, there's so many people with good intentions that believe that Trump's going to be the savior. If we could just get half of those people on side, man, to wake up to the truth of the world, we could change it tomorrow. It's so it's sad, man.
We could certainly get it on track overnight if everybody knew the greater circumstance. Sure.
Yeah.
But they're set. People are invested their everything, their emotions into this stuff. Whether somebody be a Fox News watcher or a whatever watcher, or
Well, yeah, they got people believing
invested.
that they're heroes when they're really not. And I'm not talking about anybody specific or anything. I'm just saying that their trickery runs real deep, and it will come to the point where they will be against us because we won't vaccinate, and that's that's coming.
Yeah, that's definitely coming.
We will be shamed.
Oh no.
We will be told
The
if
dumb
you don't-
zombie sheep are going to shame me.
You're the one that's killing my family because you won't vaccinate.
Don't kill my grandma, Pat. Come on.
Yeah, I don't really stress too much what anybody says or thinks of me, let alone sheep.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we all must be poisoned, all right? Everybody on the planet, on the face of the planet,
444
must be inoculated to protect the 85-year-olds with comorbidity symptoms. All right, it's very important. We can't let old sick people die. We have to stop it. It's an epidemic. It's a pandemic, for God's sake.
Yeah, the children have to lose their lives and their livelihood so the old people can live.
We're at 44. Yeah. Now I got my double fours in for the day.
10-4.
So let's. Anybody got any last words to say? I am really tired and I gotta get up in like an hour and a half or something like that.
Yeah, better go, man. Yeah,
I'm good.
So, as always, I bid everybody. I was gonna show that film. I couldn't get it in tonight, but hey, at least I won't have to worry about getting a strike tonight.
Yeah.
There you go.
So I will get to the film tomorrow. Tomorrow night, this will be one of the first things that we watch, and I hope you get as many people to watch this. Get as soon as I show this film, download it, get it out. So, with that, I bid everybody good night.
Yep.
I love you, and stay vigilant.
Take care, y'all.
See you, everybody.
See you.